So you're seeing the DOJ do some things that are rather unusual to kind of cover its tracks, to make its opponents go away. And it's of course it's my perception, but it's something that I think is worth considering because the 29th degree, if you have it in your chart, you look to see where that planet is and where it is in your chart. That's the whole key, where these aspects are in your chart, because we've talked about what the houses mean, and in the house of the second house of the United States, that's about the land. It's about values. We're going through so many changes in our values right now. We're going through changes with our money. All of these things are second house issues. They're really very much in the news. And with 29 degrees Capricorn, it's something to watch because the government is really going to exert itself, or at least the corruption in the government's going to be showing itself out. So because this is when something happens. This is the critical degree. It's 29 degrees retrograde, and so it's already gone past the 29th degree, but once before. So this is the second pass of the 29th degree, and so when it goes forward again, then we'll see the fruition of some of these things. So I wanted to just bring that out and let you know, because there are certain candidates in the presidential race that have prominent 29 degrees. I'm not going to say who they are, but there's always trouble around them. So, but we'll talk about that later. Now I'm told we have a caller, and so I'd like to go to Debbie in South Jordan, Utah. So Debbie, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, Debbie. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Fine, fine. You have a question for me, or because it just seems to me that you've been quite upset over something here lately, and does this involve a relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see if you could
Pardon me?
maybe my help, or if you can connect to my sister on the other side.
Your sister on the other side. Okay. Was there illness, cancer, or something around her?
Strokes and strokes.
She had a stroke.
Had many strokes.
A mini stroke.
Many
okay.
of them.
Well, a lot of times when people have. So you said
many of them, like several.
Several strokes. Okay.
Several.
Well, a lot of times when you have strokes, it's due to like blood clots, or there's different things that cause those things. So she may have had some issues with clotting, or she may have had some issues with some blockages in some of her arteries. But it also seems to me, did she have some headaches? Did she complain of any headaches right before she passed away?
No. She had
okay. Have you been having headaches?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, it just seems like I don't know. We might not be connecting with her right now, because I've got some other energies around you that are trying to get involved here. But we can focus on your sister. How long ago was it that she passed away?
It's been almost 11 years.
11 years. So your sister passed away after having several strokes, and so she became more debilitated after each stroke, or she just had and one stroke finally took her life. Does that make sense, or was there something else that finally took her life?
No, that she had a couple of little strokes, and those couple little strokes is what got her, and she passed away.
Okay. Is there a birthday or some type of anniversary coming up around her?
Yes, her birthday is next month.
Okay, because she's what I'm hearing from her is that she's glad that you contacted her in this way because she knows that you'll be thinking about her on her birthday. Um, she knows that you miss her a great deal. She says that we're y'all best of friends, or are we all real close?
Um, sort of close, yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, that may be one reason why she's not coming in real strong is because you weren't super close. And sometimes when we're not real close to someone, they are a little bit they're not as forthcoming. And that's going to be my next topic in our show today is about what people say to us when they cross over. The thing about it is that your sister appears to be okay in spirit. She seems to be a person that, for me, and I can only tell you what my impressions of her was. She was someone that liked her privacy. Okay, she was someone that didn't say everything to everyone. And when she got ill, and I do feel like there was illness around her prior to these several strokes that she had. She might not have acknowledged it. I don't know if she smoked or what. Did she smoke at all?
Yes.
Okay, because it just seems like she had some other extenuating circumstances. And I'm not sure. Did she not live in the same area with you?
Yes, you did.
She did. She lived, but y'all didn't talk every day.
Right.
Okay, okay. What questions do you have for her?
Just that I miss her and her daughter. They are both passed over,
Okay.
and
Well, she
my family thinks of her all the time.
okay. So I'm sorry about her daughter passed away as well. I don't know. These two just don't seem to want to talk a lot today. I don't know why, but it just seems like we're kind of pulling teeth from them. But it does seem like she does acknowledge you, and she says that like I say, I think she was a private person. She was very close to her family, to her nuclear family, and it's not that she was estranged from you or anything. It's just that she seemed to be a person that stayed, that liked her privacy, didn't like everybody to know all of her business. That's what I'm seeing. Now, is mother also in spirit?
No,
Okay,
no,
you have a
my mother's
grandmother in
alive.
spirit? You have a grandmother in
Yeah,
spirit?
no, just
Okay,
just
your
my
grandmother's not in
my
spirit.
my sister and her oldest daughter.
Okay, but grandmother is still here as well.
Not granddaughter. It would be her daughter.
No, no, no. Your grandmother in spirit.
Yes, both of my grandmothers are in spirit.
Okay. Because I feel like she's around some older women as well. Okay. So
Yeah.
you have family on the other side, and you have your
Yes.
sister, and you have her oldest daughter. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, they both seem to be doing okay. I'm not sure of the circumstances about the older daughter. Um, I don't know. Did she pass away as an adult or teen? An older teen?
Um, she would just turn 21.
Okay. Were there drugs involved or anything with her?
Yes, an overdose.
Okay. An overdose. Okay. Because it just seems to me like there was something there that, like I say, they don't really want to talk about it that much, but as we get into it, there's more that's being revealed. And I just want you to know that your sister is there to nurture her daughter, and your grandmother is there to be with her family, with the family. But they are doing okay, and they're very happy, that you called in today to speak to them. So thank you very much for calling today. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Well, take care. Now we do have another caller. Let's go ahead and take the other caller, and then we'll talk about our second topic. Okay, we have Priya coming in, and Priya, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from London in the UK. Hi, John. Great to speak to you.
From London. Okay, well, very good. Well, Priya, are you close to your father or a father figure?
Yes, my father died 5 years ago, but was very close to him.
Okay, oh, okay, because it just feels like he's still very, very much a part of your life. Because this is a man I feel for me was a little bit bigger than life. You know, he was always someone that you were a little bit in awe of. Does that make sense? Priya?
Very much. Yeah.
Well, so your father was a little bit bigger than life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So, you know, when we have someone who has such a big influence on us in life, it's very hard to just let them go because
Yeah.
we depend on them with
Yeah.
the wisdom of the ages, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
And so I want you to know he's there, he's around you. And what I'm hearing from him is that you have a lot of wisdom as well, Priya. He says that you learn so much from him, and he says you understand the ways of the world. Okay. He says that you are in some ways taking his place as far as being the wise one. And he says that you need to just have some confidence in yourself and realize that you can only do the best that you can. And he says that, you know, I doubted myself too at times, but I made the best decisions I could based on the information that I had. And he says that you'll do the same thing. He says that you're a very good person. Now, Priya, have you ever been in nursing or healing of any sort? Priya? Hello, Priya. Are you still with us? Okay. Well, it just seems that, you know, we have these folks in our lives that are bigger than life. Sometimes it's a parent, sometimes it's a coach, sometimes it's a religious person, sometimes it's a grandfather or grandmother. And there's just something special about these folks, these people that always seem to have an answer, or they have a quip, or they have a personality that makes you feel welcomed, or that they were charismatic in their way. And so, as we're trying to get Priya back on the phone, this is what I wanted to talk about today, because as you can see that in our first caller, I'm so sorry that she lost her sister and her niece. But many times when someone has an overdose or they've taken their life, they don't come in very quickly because they seem to be shy. At least to me, they do. I can only speak to how people come in and present themselves. But with Priya, you could just feel her dad's presence. It's almost like he's still here. He's such a powerful figure in her life, and he has an energy about him that is warm and friendly, and is very nurturing and kind. And those are the kind of people that we remember in our life. Those are the examples that we strive to meet when we are in other situations. And you know what happens in life is that you're usually one of the youngest or the youngest for the longest time, and before you know it, you're the oldest. And that's kind of what's happened to me. I'm now the old man of the family, and I go, what happened? I was the baby of the family for all those years, and now all those folks are gone, and I'm the oldest, and then there's a kind of a responsibility that you feel being the oldest, and like, what am I being the oldest for? so it's very interesting. But I think we have Priya back. Priya, are you back?
We do. I am.
Okay.
There's a big thunderstorm here. Like the rain
Are-
could be affecting.
Oh, the weather is affecting your internet.
I think so. Very
Yeah,
strong thunderstorm.
I hate it when that happens. You know,
Yeah.
it's terrible.
Well,
Well,
it just started 5 minutes before you called me.
oh my, oh my. Well, it happens here all the time too. We get the wind
Yeah.
or something that just takes the internet away, and then all of a sudden you're in
Yeah.
limbo, and you just have to kind of see it through. But Priya, I'm just delighted to be in contact with your dad's spirit because he seems to be such a good man. And is your mother
Yeah.
still here?
She is, yeah.
Okay, because it seems like mom and dad cared very much about one another. Did they stay together?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and so he's reaching out to your mother right now, and so please let her know
Yeah.
that he's doing okay and that he
Yeah.
still loves her very much as he does the rest of the family. He's doing all
Yeah.
right as well, and it just
Right.
seems to me were there some hard issues around him.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Well, Priya, is there a question you have before we move on? But
Yeah. So
what
I
would
have
you
a
like to ask?
question, really. I have a question about a job, actually. I'm applying for a role as a chief of staff for an organization. And it is a bit of a stretch, but I'm really, I'm kind of in this big transition and threshold in my life. And I'm just really curious about, if you have any insights on whether this is the right role for me or something else, or what's happening in my working life, really.
Okay. Well, Priya, have you ever been in the medical profession at all or a nurse or anything?
No.
Okay. Is there any nurses around you or any medical people?
I have doctor friends who are
Doctor
doctors.
friends? Okay. Well, getting back to your job application, what is your birth sign?
Taurus.
You're Taurus? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Taurus you're a little bit overdue. You need to go for this job. The thing
Yeah.
about it is, if you're going for a job that is out of your comfort zone, then you just
Yeah.
have to prepare for it, and you have
Yeah.
to either get additional education or certification or whatever to make
Yeah.
yourself more qualified. But
Yeah.
I like this. I like this energy you have of getting out of your comfort zone and reaching for
Yeah.
something that is has previously maybe you felt beyond you. And this goes
Yeah.
back to what your dad was saying about your self confidence. It's good
Yeah.
that you're having the confidence that you can do this next position. It's just that
Yeah.
when you go in for interviews, let them know you're confident. Let them know you really want the job. And I'm not going to
Yeah.
guarantee that you're going to get it, but I think that you're
Yeah.
going to make a really good impression on them. And I feel like
Yeah.
the worst that comes out of it is going to be that you've learned a little bit more about your limits, and you've learned that you
Yeah.
can go beyond them. So
Yeah.
I'm really happy for you that you're trying to get this next position, and so I would
Yeah.
continue to strive for it. And if it's not that one, you're very close to finding something that you're going to be happy with. Okay.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay. So we time just flies. We only have a couple minutes left. But usually, when spirit comes in on mediumship, I'm glad we had the mediumship examples today because they were kind of exactly what I wanted to talk about. A lot of times, people will indicate if they are really close to you, or if they're not. They'll indicate if they were very emotionally available people. Many times, they'll tell you how they passed away. You see, Priya's dad had a heart problem. He was just kind of holding his chest, and the other people were showing me other things, and the other lady wasn't taking everything. But I feel like if she thought about some of the things I said, she may see the angle, or she may be able to make those comments fit. But people will tell you about how they passed away. They'll tell you a little bit about their lives. A lot of times they'll talk about their relationship with you, and they can be very specific. But of course, when you're talking to a spirit, they're going to talk a little bit about the past. They may talk about what's going on in your life right now, but usually for validation purposes, they've got to indicate their relationship with you, and they've got to indicate something that can be validated through the medium. Okay.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And a happy summer solstice. I'm your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the Moonstruck TV. And I was looking at all the different national days of what today is. I just love to see some of the silly ones. So, of course, some may know today is summer solstice. So the longest day of the year, which I love the sun. And so this is a good energy day. It's been very good. And also today is National Giraffe Day. So there you go. There's some useless knowledge, I feel like sometimes. Not only is it National Giraffe Day, but it's also National Yoga Day. So if you love yoga, which I absolutely love yoga, it helps me to get centered and focused and start to kind of align my chakras and connect to my highest divine. And I love yoga when I get the chance to do yoga. So yes, National Yoga Day, summer solstice, and National Giraffe Day. It's also National Selfie Day. So if you have not taken a selfie of yourself today, then celebrate. Go take a selfie. Like the famous bathroom selfies, right? Anyways, so I am really looking forward to today, and I've been under the weather since I got back from South Africa, and today I felt like, okay, I'm good. I feel better. I'm still kind of dealing with some congestion, but I was just so excited because I really miss doing my readings on my Facebook page. So on Stephanie's Tarot Readings on Facebook, after I do my podcast, 7:30 p.m. Mountain Time, approximately. Sometimes I'm hopping on later, but I just provide free readings for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours, depending on the night. And I've missed it a few weeks because I haven't been feeling well. So if you're interested, hop on that page and watch, and you might be chosen to receive a free reading. Such a fun group. So I hope you can do that. And then, of course, calling into the beautiful A1R Psychic Radio and get readings from so many gifted souls. I feel so blessed. I've started to become connected and friends with many of them. So it's been amazing. All right, my friends. So every week I pull an affirmation card, and I really pull that card based on a number that I get popping in my head. And today, the number I've been seeing a lot is 26, so 26. So I pulled the 26th card, and if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, and you can see this beautiful card. It's got this beautiful butterfly. All the cards do, but they all have different pictures of the butterflies. So the affirmation, this is for everybody for this week. And I loved this. When I read this, I thought, oh my gosh, I don't even know if there's anyone out there that this wouldn't resonate with, but the affirmation says that forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. I freaking love this. So I'll read it again. So forgiveness helps me to let go and move on with my life, opening up to new and loving experiences. So I'll tell you, forgiveness, I feel, is one of the hardest um, selfless acts that we can do. And really, um, it's one of those things too where I tell my clients when they come and we do readings and they're really holding on to resentment or grudges or whatever may be. And I will tell them that, the forgiveness that is needed doesn't necessarily mean that you forgive the action. You don't forgive the person. You're just forgiving so that you can move on and get closure. So I'll tell you, it is definitely a difficult thing to do, but I have actually um, been able to forgive some of the people in my life that you know, have done some things that have made me a little bit um, upset or sad or what may be. But once you're able to do that forgiveness, I'm telling you, my friends, it's freedom. It is freedom, and I hope that everybody can. Hopefully, everybody can find that strength to do it because it's not easy. That's for sure. All right. Well, we've got our beautiful affirmation out there. And now I've got my first caller tonight. And I'm not sure. Artemis. Yes. Hi, Artemis
Yes.
from New Mexico.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm all things considered.
Yes. Oh, how can I help you tonight, my friend?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Can I ask to speak to somebody or
Yeah, this
is
is
there anybody
Stephanie.
around me that is waiting to talk to me?
Oh, I got you. Okay. Okay. I thought you meant, are you waiting to talk to someone for a reading? I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So really
Oh,
wanting to
no.
see if there's anyone in spirit that's wanting to give you a message. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Um, so when I do my readings, sometimes I'll pull some cards and connect with the cards and just more in a kind of a guidance or visual validation. But as I've been sitting here, one of the things that I also do is I'll get numbers, and numbers for me are very important. Numerology just always goes so well with my mediumship abilities. So the number that I've been seeing just before you came on is the number 26, 26. Do you connect
Right, I
with
heard you
that?
say that.
Okay,
Do
okay.
I what?
Do you connect with that number with anyone that is in spirit?
Um, Not that I know of. I mean, that would be 6, right? Or that would be 8, correct?
It can be, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
broken down. So 8 is the
Yes.
number of money matters. That actually connects directly to me. No. But
I feel like it does for a lot of people.
yeah.
Welcome to the everyday American life. I feel like,
To Earth, right? Life
Uh,
on Earth.
um,
Um,
yeah,
well, should I tell you who I wanted to connect to or who I was
sure,
hoping?
yeah, if you'd like, yeah, absolutely,
Well,
absolutely.
one of my brothers just recently passed away, and I was just wondering if he had anything to say to me or any updates. Do you need his
Okay,
name
okay.
or?
Nope. The less information that I have, the better, because I want to make sure that everything I'm getting is with my abilities, my gifts, and not any kind
Right.
of information given. But and even that number 26, I'm telling you, this is connecting to you. So just we don't have to try to figure it out. It will connect later, but I want you to think of it as being the 26th of a month, the age of 26. This can be
Okay.
February 6th when I get 2 and 6, February 6th. So, but and the 8, yes, but sometimes I feel that a bit of a stretch, but what was interesting, I have to
More.
tell you, I just, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying more so 26 rather than 8.
Right,
I mean,
right. Yeah,
the number 26. Okay.
yeah. Just keep it in mind for sure. But what was interesting is I counted out the 26 card in my deck, and I happened to pull this strength card. And I'll show on the video here if you go back and if you're watching, but this beautiful strength card has the number 8 on it. I thought, okay, this is
Oh,
interesting.
wow.
So very number based. And so 8 can also be August or the 8th of a month. Um, so just again, I would say keep those two in mind. But
August is the month I was born as well.
oh, oh, beautiful. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
take
have like
it.
a strange connection with August and Thursday for some reason. Right.
Oh my gosh. I love that. Now, I was hearing a 2-syllable D name. I kept getting like Donnie or Donald, David, 2-syllable D name. Do you connect with that?
Wow. Actually, I mean, I could be because I mean I've honestly like 15 core friends pass away within the last 2.5 years.
Oh,
So
bless your heart.
there is a person that's name was Donald. Donald.
Okay. Okay. And Donald is in spirit, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I feel like I have Donald here because I when I connect and my clairaudient kicks in and I start to hear names very specifically, they're a strong energy. So I feel like we may have Donald here. So just keep that in mind. Now with your brother, uh, okay. Um, Are you a family of all the same names, like all A's are connected or named after others, so namesakes?
Actually, no. My mom named me after the Greek goddess of the wilderness, Greek
Yeah,
mythology.
I love that. I
Yeah.
love that. I
Thank
love
you.
that.
We've all got actually different names.
Gotcha. And does your brother have the same connection with his name? Like your mom named you after the god?
Actually, no, because my dad got to name the boys, so he wanted his name was
Uh,
Rennie, but he wanted the boys to
what
have
was
very, very simple names,
what was his name,
as to
hon?
not be teased. What's my brother's name?
Yes.
Timothy. Tim.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's too funny. That dad's like, nope, I'm giving him a name that they won't be
Yeah, kind of
they
like
won't be
yeah,
teased.
exactly.
Okay, I'm gonna quiet my mind for just a moment, see if I can't get anything from
Okay.
Timothy
Or
or
I mean,
even
if he doesn't,
Donald.
if there's Donald, what does Donald have to say?
I really feel there's a strong connection with him and um the message, I guess, if you will, or the feeling that I'm getting from Donald is that well, I'll tell you, at the end of his passing, um, and even after, he's shown me that there was some maybe disagreement, I guess, if you will, about what to do next. And for example, and this is just an example, hypothetically speaking, he was cremated, but he didn't want to be, or there were some things that were done that he's just shown me that wanting the family to know that he's okay with everything, that because this has really caused some tension. So
There's discrepancy. Okay.
yeah, so I would say just keep that message in mind if you get that opportunity, or
Okay.
to share that message, I would say. But now I know I only have a few minutes here. I've got another caller, but I want to tell you one thing I was feeling the minute you said Timothy's name. I really felt this sense of him um, uh, being a bit of a protector of you, but also
Yeah.
relying on you for advice. It felt to me that, he very much protected you, but respected you, if that makes sense.
It does.
And yeah, and he, I not sure, I don't know what age he passed, but I keep getting mid 40s. He keeps showing me that he's like, I keep getting, for whatever reason, the number 47, 47. So again, that can be April 7th, but or 47, the age.
Probably like April 7th or right. He was just before Easter.
Okay, perfect. So, and really, I would say, just kind of to wrap it up in a sense, but the strongest message I feel from him is that, boy, he says you need to listen to the music. He says listen to the music. So I'm not sure how that may connect, but um, through music,
Okay.
he's trying to communicate with you. So listen to the songs, listen to the words. I feel like you'll see
Okay.
that connection with him. And he must have been a smoker, my friend, because I can smell smoke, or or marijuana, because I smell pot. So I
He
don't know
was
if
a
he
kind of a
did, but
closet smoker. He didn't smoke pot, but
yes,
he smoked cigarettes.
yes, he did. It's very
Kind of
strong in my
closet
room
like.
right now.
Oh,
Yes,
really?
yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Um.
And that can
So
very well be his sign.
can you I mean, just real quick, I hate to change. I know you're in a hurry, kind of, but can you just tell me, like, is this period that I'm going through gonna be over soon with some kind of happy resolution, or I'm just
Yeah, and this has to do with the financial struggle, right? You were mentioning earlier.
yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes,
okay. Yeah.
or
I
just rather
do.
the way people ever.
Yeah. Okay. No, I feel like the biggest advice or suggestion I would say for you is, for one, I keep feeling like there's a lot of outside noise, influence, and I really feel your best interest is to shut that out and to mute that, because I feel that influence is just going to delay um, the time period for things to get better. So
Yes,
I really, so does that make sense?
just ignore it. You mean, and just go on my
Yes.
way.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't let it affect
Yes,
me.
exactly.
That does
Yes.
make sense.
Yes.
It's just the rest of the family members.
I know. It's
There's
so
only
hard.
there were five of us. There's only three now left.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I say,
Yeah.
just watch after you and, keep that good positive energy going out there. Okay.
Do I have good energy, or can you tell?
Yeah, no, I feel like I
You
do.
can tell me the truth.
I
No.
see the potential. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, all right, my friend, I've got another caller on the, but I appreciate you calling and I hope this helps just a little bit for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, and you have a wonderful day and wonderful night. Thank you so much. I appreciate your
Thank
energy
you.
and everything.
You're so welcome. All right. Take care, hon. Bye-bye. Okay. All right. All right. I'll take or my next caller is Melissa in Kentucky. Hi, Melissa.
Ah,
Hi, this is Stephanie, the mini medium. How can I help you tonight?
I don't really have any specific questions. Just mainly wanting to know, if I'm on the right path. I mean, things have been pretty rough over the past year or so, and kind of wondering, relationship wise, financial, everything. I'm just if everything's going to start to look up.
Yes, yes. Okay. I'll tell you, I don't know if this helps any, um, but it seems to be the common thing going on right now in the world. I see so many people and provide so many readings, and a lot of people are in that same energetic space. So, if anything, no, you're not alone, my friend. You're not alone. Um, Unfortunately, but I do feel some things that I would say that I see coming for you um, really is having to do with well, do you have, can I ask, do you have children? Because I see three children around you. I see three.
Okay, well, I have a daughter and a grandson, and my son passed away when he was born,
Ah,
but that's it.
okay. That would be the three. Okay, beautiful.
Okay.
So you've got the three childlike energy around. Perfect. Okay. So, and
And
one thing
I've
that
actually, I do have an issue with my daughter right now. That could maybe, if anything comes through about that.
yes, and that's what I'm seeing. That's the first thing that I feel is coming up is just the connection with your, children or with your daughter.
Hmm.
And the one thing that I feel too is uh, it, when I connect with her, and I don't have her permission to enter her energetic space per se, but just intuitively, I feel that she's really she's struggling with being a bit of a lost soul, is and her
Hmm.
kind of not quite sure where she's heading uh, is a bit reflecting back onto you and others, and so it's
Hmm.
it's
That makes a lot of
unfortunate.
sense.
Yeah, yeah, and it's hard because I'm a mom too, and when our babies are
Hmm.
hurting, we want to
Yeah,
try to
she's
help
she's
them.
just recently, yeah, she's a new mom, a new wife, all together, just and my grandson is just barely over a year old, and I haven't got to see them or speak to them since he was about 6 months old. And it's just about
Oh,
killed me. And my daughter and I always had the best relationship.
yeah,
So yeah, it's
yeah. It,
yeah.
it's hard. I know. Our
Oh yeah.
grandbabies and our children are so important, for
Oh yeah.
sure.
I
And
didn't even know love until I met that grandbaby.
oh yeah, oh
Yeah.
I know exactly. I have three. I have three now,
Oh wow.
and they're just
I mean, I love my
they're
daughter, but oh
amazing.
my gosh. Yeah.
Yes, I know. There's nothing like being a grandma, right? Nothing like it. It's
Oh
so
yeah.
amazing. But and I feel really a lot of what I'm seeing is just for one, give it some time. I do feel, that she needs some space. She needs some time, not being too overzealous or, trying to, get into her space too much. Because I do
Right.
feel she's very overwhelmed. Um, but to still keep that connection with her, and whether it's
Hmm.
just, sending cards or a present or just a simple text, because I
Right.
know that she needs you right now. I can feel it. She needs you, but she's
Okay.
just so overwhelmed. Um, and
I think she's
and
being
I
like
really,
really not manipulated as much, but influenced, I guess you could say.
yeah, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
There's something outside, influence, noise, or whatever you want to call it, that I feel
Yeah.
she's really struggling with, to
Yeah.
um, you know, to take sides per se. Um,
Yeah.
but I do feel like this within the next 3 months. I keep feeling like right about September, that
Hmm.
things start to, in a sense, get better. And but I feel like not just with the relationship with her, but also just in
Hmm.
general with a lot of what you got going on. Um,
Oh,
and one thing that okay, okay. Yeah, I also are you working? Do you work?
no, I need to work. I want to work. That's another problem I'm having.
Yeah. Okay. And that just kind of validates. I just kept feeling like wherever you were at right now, just wasn't
Hmm.
working. Well, obviously that makes sense. Needing to
Yeah.
find work. And I really do. I feel here in the next about 3 weeks, by the
Hmm.
end of, well, I guess mid-July, I would say just watch for this new opportunity. And I want you to know, I do feel when you apply or put your resume out for these jobs,
Hmm.
step out of your comfort zone, because I feel if you don't step out of that comfort zone of what you know, then you're just going to get stuck in that same rut of the same thing that you just didn't enjoy in the past. Yeah. Step out of, it's like when you see a listing and it tells you all of the qualifications, and then one or two things you're like, gosh, I don't know how to do that, or I've
That's
never.
exactly what I do.
Yeah, good.
That's exactly what I do.
Perfect. Because I'll tell you, I feel like here in, like I said, in the next 3-ish weeks, about the July time, mid-July, having that opportunity so that you can, start to see, the monetary gain of that. But I really like where I see you going with work, because I feel like it's just going to fill up that soulful cup. So you are a giver and a healer.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I said you are a giver and a healer. There's no doubt.
I am. Yeah, I am almost to fault.
Yeah, yes. So, whatever position this is, that, this job, I would say definitely, you know, it not necessarily make sure that it's 100% filling up that soulful cup of wanting to help others, but, at least a little bit. So you feel like you're accomplished by the end of the workday. Um, and
Do you see anything as far as my current relationship? I mean, it's not, it's new-ish, I guess you could say. We've been together for about a year, but still new to me, but.
Yeah. And I do feel it with the relationship, just, it feels to me that the momentum of it, the relationship, I feel is at a good pace. I wouldn't say to rush it or force anything. Just enjoy and take the time. I do feel with your partner that they do have they've got a lot going on in their past that I feel they haven't had a chance to work on or know how to. So I feel the two of you separately, doing your own shadow work and your own soulful work, and then bringing that together is how things will, be successful. So, just give it some time with that too, taking things slow for sure.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope that helped you. I've got about a minute left, but I appreciate you for calling and trusting me to give you this beautiful reading. And I'll be sending you lots of good love and light and positive energy, okay?
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Have a great night, my friend.
You too.
Bye-bye. All right. What a beautiful night. Such great connections and messages. I cannot wait to see everybody next week. So please go follow my Facebook page at Stephanie's Tarot Reading, or my Instagram now is minimedium75, and TikTok, minimedium75. And I will see you guys next week. Have a beautiful weekend. All right. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie, and I will be your host for a little bit. I hope that everyone is feeling good and feeling loved and feeling safe. Some of these things are very, very important and deep to me, that everyone feels that, because I don't believe that the world has enough of it. And we can certainly do our part by sharing that with others, and especially ourselves, if we feel like we need self-love, self-care, self-focus. Yes, absolutely. So I hope that everyone is feeling good tonight. It's a hot 92 in Minnesota with 10,000 lakes. So I'm kind of meal themed, but everything should be good. I'm excited. And what do? I do clairvoyant and light transmedium readings. So yeah, I can't wait to get a color tonight. I hope that everybody too is taking care of with the energy going on, because I feel a lot of static energy going on in the universe, and I think it's planetary, and I think energetically. So let's hope that everyone is dealing with that okay. I'm not quite sure. I've been busy in my new house unboxing things, but I think it should be okay. I just feel like there's a lot of static, impulsive energy going on, and if anyone feels that, please go ahead and comment below. But it's nothing that we can't handle. So I hope that you know that I'm so appreciative of the callers and the listeners, and I appreciate A1R Psychic Radio. I just love reaching people and being able to read. It is a complete joy. I just had someone new at reading, and she knew right after just what a joy it is. So let's keep going, and let's see what caller comes in. We can talk about past, future, and now. And I do speak to past loved ones. We have a lot of events in Minnesota going on. You can check out my webpage, www.com, Psychic Paths. And also my Facebook page has the events there too, because St. Cloud is going to be busy with events. And if you can come in person, it would really, really mean a lot to me. I was at a fair in Alexandria last month, and it was absolutely wonderful to be able to be in person with people. So yeah, please check out my website, check out my Facebook page. We have the bazaar going on, and we have the quantum crystal unicorn going on. So we have Nicole in Kentucky. Hello.
Yes, yes.
How are you tonight?
Hello. I'm great.
Yay.
How are you doing?
I'm doing really good if I wasn't melting. It's
Oh.
92 degrees and there's lakes everywhere. and it's not a dry heat, but I'm doing okay. I feel really good
Yes.
about being on tonight. So what can I help with tonight?
So I would really like to connect with the other side, if possible, if that comes through for me.
Sure.
Or if you see anything for my future, anything like that that comes up.
Okay, let me see what Spirit says. And let me see what I can see.
Okay.
As far as I can tell with your energy, you seem to be a real go-getter. You seem
Yes.
to be someone that knows what she wants and goes after it.
Yes, that's true.
Spirit is also telling me to share that your wishes really do come true in this lifetime. When you pray and when you wish and when you focus on something, it actually comes to pass. Have you noticed that?
Yes. It
What you
yes, for the most part, definitely.
what you put your mind to really does come to manifest. Um, there's a gentleman that's kind of walking around. He's older, I think.
Mhm.
I'd like him to stop walking, but it seems like he's a little nervous to come straight out, to showing himself. Um, I think he's kind of a thin guy. He's not heavy set. Um, and he does seem to have a lot of nervous energy that comes with him. I think that's
You
part
said
of the
nervous
pacing.
energy?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
seems to be pacing.
Yeah.
Um, he said that it was so thoughtful of you to think of him. I think that you were thinking of
Oh.
him before you called or during the wait, because
Mhm.
he's really appreciative of your thoughts of him. But
Aw.
there just seems to be some guilt or some missed opportunities in his life when he had a chance. Um, but he's very
Uh-huh.
loving, very kind, and
Mhm.
I feel soft spoken. I feel like he's
About.
got some soft, just really like uh tender. There's a tender part of him,
Mhm.
and he says his passing was sudden. Was it sudden, or is he fooling me? Because some part of me is saying that isn't what I see, but he's telling me it was sudden. Maybe he was unconscious. Maybe he wasn't fully aware
Mhm.
of what was going on. But to him, it
Mhm.
was sudden.
Sudden. Yeah, it could be my grandfather, possibly, but I never got to meet him.
Okay. So he's looking after you, and he's telling me that this go-getter attitude is in the family. Let's see.
Mhm.
He's giving me the feeling that he's a relative of your mother, not your father.
Yes.
He brings you he's your mother's relative or ancestor. Um,
Probably her father, yeah.
okay, so I think the little regret that I was feeling was that he don't think that he did enough. he was not hands-on as far as teaching his children about things he should have. He was observant, but he was also kind of avoidant in the things that when the children needed him. And so I feel like he's feeling regret for that. That there's some regret that he wasn't point on when he could have been or should have been.
Yeah.
So did he die before you were born?
Yes, my mom was 11 when he passed away. So everything you just said kind of makes sense. And my mom is no longer with me as well.
Okay. I don't see her in the visual. But he's saying that he's been watching over you ever since you were a child.
Aww.
He's showing me background videos of you, playing, learning how to ride a bike. He's been through with you all of those things, kind of like a guardian angel. And I think that he's a part of that focusing and getting the things you need. I think that you have a real cheerleader on the other side that's rooting for you at all times. Who does come through also as a young boy or a teenager.
I'm trying to think of, my mom did lose a set of twins. I don't know if that could.
I feel like it's a sibling of your mom.
Yeah.
I don't see two, but I see one little boy that has come forward. Oh my goodness, there's like 3 or 4 now. 3 or 4 people are waiting for a reading, but we do not have the time.
That's
but
so funny.
As soon as the little boy that comes in, everyone just is welcome then. Okay. So your father, your grandfather just wants you to know that he's on the other side. He's rooting for you, and he's there with you, and he loves you. Yeah, you may say that you don't know him, but he knows you really, really well.
Oh, that's so good to hear.
He just wants you to know that he's there and he's watching over you. And if you ever get a little of this nervous energy, if you ever feel it, it's him, and don't get caught up in it, because I feel like it's electrifying. It's electrifying.
It is. Yeah, I definitely have that issue with anxiety.
Ooh, my goodness, it make you want to move your leg and everything.
Yeah, for sure.
So thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight, and thank you for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
You have a good week. Thank you.
All right, you too. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and calling, and I'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Evenings with Kimberly, the Comedian Media. Live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Evenings with Kimberly on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Kimberly Wagonmakers. First time on this show. A little bit nervous. I like being in my comfort zone and not the world seeing me, but oh well, I got to come out of my comfort zone. So here I am. I'd like to introduce myself. I'd like to slowly let everybody get to know me and how I got to this position. Being a weirdo, being different, being in the woohoo realm. And I have no problem taking callers as well, even though having seconds only to tap into them could be challenging, but hey, you just got to go with it. So yes, this is my first time on AR1 radio. I'm excited. I'm going to get stronger with courage every week. And I am, to give you a little short synopsis, I have been different my whole life. Growing up, I was always called weird, but in a cute way. They all loved me, but they all laughed at me and called me weird. I always was just different. I remember at 4 years old looking at my hand and looking at the lines in my fingers and wondering, what are you? Where are you from? And as I grew up, so many different things to share. I didn't have the easiest childhood. I had probably one of the roughest in the universe. But stepping into my gift over the last 4 years, I've learned that I believe now I understand why I suffered so much, because it made me I have so much empathy for everyone and their situation, because I've been through just about everything, from being raped, being locked in a room as a child, refrigerators locked, got a lot of stories, witnessing murder, having Hollywood chase you around as a child when you don't want to be chased. You don't want everyone to know you're the weirdo. But I've grown up and I have finally let the world know about me, because a lot of religions had me suppress my gift, and to be accepted and loved, I did that until my own loss in 2019. That's where I came out, and nothing could stop me. I had to do this, and each and every time I represent a client and I know nothing about them, I walk out of my session amazed, truly grateful. And there's no better feeling than helping that person that was suffering so bad. And I can relate to that. Oops. Emotionals. Yeah, some of us gifted ones are really sensitive, and it sucks. It's one of the faux pas of it. But I like to call myself, I was certified because I just ended up in a group and it just kept growing and I didn't know what the heck I was doing there. But it was where Spirit wanted me to finally open up, accept, deliver, surrender. And I got certified as a certified psychic medium. Medium I love the most because it's the most evidential. Can't bullshit. It's not cards saying a story, although I use oracle cards and I love them. but not too often. They're more just of a ending of a, let me see something, or I'll use my pendulum. But I would say my title is more of a shaman. A shaman, the word comes from Saman, which comes from the Tungus tribe of Siberia. And it's one who sees in the dark, communicates with the three worlds, and heals. Sorry, I'm looking over. I'm running out of time. I've got to. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm new at this again, and I have a chat bar and don't know how to look, read, and talk. But yes. Hi, Alma. I think I have somebody.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, babe. Is your name Alma?
Yes.
Hi. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good. This is an exciting thing for me. I don't know where you're at, what part of the world you're at. For
I'm
me,
in Washington, PA.
Go ahead.
Washington, PA.
Ah, Pennsylvania. So it's probably dark there?
It's not dark yet.
Oh, I guess I don't know my, what is that, geography?
Well, it usually is, but right now with the new time changing, it gets dark about 9, a little after 9:20.
Wow, you guys really get it dark late.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
More sunshine. More
Yes.
sunshine. So, hi, Elma. What brings you here today, tonight? How can I help you?
And maybe is any of my loved ones around?
So, first off, do I have your permission to connect with the other side, Alma?
Yes.
Okay. And so I am sensing a female. I am sensing a female right away. And this is a strong connection. This is either a sister or a sisterly bond. Does that help you in any way?
I'm not sure. Maybe my cousin.
Were you very close with her, like almost like sisters? Is it a very close bond?
I mean, kind of.
Okay, so my nose, when it knows, it knows.
Yeah.
So, sorry, that's my spirit's going through. 38. I'm hearing 38. Would that resonate with something?
She wasn't 38. She might be 38 now. I mean, she could be 38 now.
Well, I'm hearing the number 38, and so I'm not sure what that resonates with. It doesn't have to be her passing. It could be a celebration. It could be your age. It's going to be something that you will understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, let me try to dig in. I know we have very little time.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a little nervous, but I'm just feeling this is definitely it's somebody strong close to you. I'm feeling it was a tragic passing. Okay, so I heard a car, but then I was also hearing cancer.
My cousin and my grandma might be there together. My grandma died of cancer, and my cousin died from a car accident.
Okay, so I do get multiple, when I do readings, I get what they call platform, which means multiple spirits come through. And so I was hearing cancer and a car accident, and I was feeling like the car accident was your cousin, but I was like, why am I hearing cancer? So I'm getting goosebumps now. So I do believe they are holding hands together in spirit. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of goosebumps. Let me see if I can. I've got like so many seconds left, but I want to try to get you a message. I just heard the color purple. Does that resonate with anything?
My favorite color.
Okay, because I'm like trying to shoot out stuff for me, and they told me to tell you purple. So
it's my favorite color.
Well, sweetheart, with such little time, I would love to continue this, but I will tell you that they're together, and the passing with your cousin in the car accident, she didn't suffer.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Tomato. Hello? Hi, I'm Perry Lyons, and this is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm really happy to see you. I don't know why I'm sideways, but too late to fix it. I'm holding a hydrangea because today is summer solstice, and I tried putting this down my cleavage, but you know what? I'm going to put it back in the vase, and thanks for playing. Okay, there we go. So, today's summer solstice. And here are some activities that you should have done today, and it's probably too late because I certainly didn't do them. Observe either the sun's rise. I don't do mornings. Sorry. Or the sunset. Missed that one too. Sit outside and commune with nature. It's pouring here. Not going to happen. Light a bonfire. See previous statement. And celebrate the marriage of the earth and the sun, which sounds dangerous and sort of inconvenient. And what will the children look like? Also, what do you get them for a wedding present? I mean, they have everything. What are you going to get the earth? How about some flowers? I think I've got that covered. What are you going to get the sun? Flashlight? Anyway, a blender is always appropriate. I got 72 of those at my wedding. I still have some of them, kept some of them longer than I did the actual husband. That's not true. 15 years. Anyway, hi, Adam. I'm in a very strange mood today. I don't know. I heard from my friend Kiki Valentine that isn't that the best name ever? She's like, what is up with the solstice? And I'm really grumpy. I'm never grumpy. I'm so cheerful. I'm annoyingly cheerful, I've been told. I'm a little grumpy. So you can call in. I'll be nice to you, maybe. But I am waiting for your calls in Canada, Australia, the US, New Zealand, all of the United Kingdom, which sounds sort of enchanted. I live in a kingdom. What else? Okay, so the summer solstice I'll get a little serious here. If you do want to light a candle, think of some intentions that have to do with summer-related things. So you could have an intention to receive, for instance, as we receive nourishment and light from the sun, to receive spiritual and emotional and physical nourishment from whoever happens to offer it to you. Got a light, and to receive and lean into your own growth. I'm already 5'10" and a half, so I'm probably going to put a ceiling in that, but they might mean spiritual growth and emotional growth, in which case, knock yourself out. We have Shobha. What a great name. Oh, I want to hear the origin. Shobha. That is a beautiful name. I want to hear the origin of that, and I will get to you in 30 seconds. First, I'm going to do the tarot weather for the week. And tarot weather, if you watch the show religiously, as you should, it makes a good drinking game every time I say the word energy. The energies today. Jägermeister. Where was I going with this? Oh, the tarot weather is a lot like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And it talks about the week coming up. So we're going to begin with today, go through next Wednesday, when you will, of course, return to get my wisdom about the next week.
these are always really accurate too. I forget they apply to me. If something will happen that will be like, wait a minute, didn't I say that was going to happen this week? Wait, that applies to me? I thought it was just reporting. I didn't know I was actually subject to it. So the first card is for the first part of the week. Second card of the week, second part of the week. I think you get the drift. Okay, I'm starting to be less grumpy. It must be you. I love you. I'm so glad you're here. My cherished ducklings. Yay. Okay, and a good day for ducklings outside. I got to tell you, it's raining like heck. The Queen of Wands, the card that heralds the beginning of the week, which is a good summer solstice because wands represent fire. They also represent the fire signs, Sagittarius, Leo, and Aries. So this might mean that either, if you're any of those signs, that you're going to find yourself feeling very self-expressed and empowered at the beginning of the week. If not, tough luck. Oh, sorry. I told you I was grumpy. I warned you. Oh, I did warn you. Okay, how am I holding this? I've been doing this for 5 years, and I'm still like, how do I hold the card? Okay. The other thing it means is that even if you're not a fire sign, you might find yourself feeling or acting like one. And what I mean by that is traditionally fire sign people or fire sign, well, she's a woman, but fire sign people are outgoing, attractive, very like, let's get this done. Kind of almost annoying, but they're very good at it. So you might find yourself sort of the center of attention in a very nice way. You might find yourself accessing your inner Leo, or access my friend Jennifer's sign, your inner Aries, which means that you're very kind and you get stuff done, and you listen to me whine about ex-boyfriends calling out of the blue, which might be why I'm so grumpy. Sorry. It's been happening for everybody I know this week. The minute you stop thinking about a narcissist is the minute they call you. What is that? Okay. The minute, literally the minute. Okay. I hung up. So second part of the week, Mobha, I really want to talk to you. Don't go anywhere. And Mobha, while you're waiting, what I'm going to ask you to do is activate your vagus nerve, VAGUS, by breathing in deeply and then breathing out through the nose, then breathe out through the mouth like this, like you're blowing out a child's birthday candle or your whoopee cushion. So breathe in deeply through the nose, breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. My friend Marty Millett, who's a great singer, I'm just name checking everybody today. She really is great though. Taught me this, and it really does calm you down. In fact, I should try it right now. But this is the Lover's card. I know it looks like snakes. I don't know where this deck came from. It's like lovers, snakes, whatever. Not sounds a little cynical to me, but whatever. But the Lover's card is part of the major arcana. When you get the Lover's card, it can either be, as some readers like to say, the merging of your dark side and your light side. And you know what? No, it's about love. It's about romantic love. End of. So if you get the Lover's card, your opportunities this week for romance, because it's a major arcana card, which means it's a big deal, are going to be kind of off the charts, especially. I'm going to say like Monday, not Monday, over the weekend. Yeah, over the weekend through Monday. Don't date snakes unless that's your thing, in which case, no judgment. People who say no judgment are always really judgmental. Have you noticed that? It's like they're saying no judgment just to throw you off. No judgment. Judging you. Okay. The Page of Wands means, because it often heralds the birth of a child, if you've just gotten the Lover's card, you might want to take certain precautions. But it also means, for me, this is a card of positive communications via text, email, letters, which some people still write. All three of us, I still write cards and letters. But it generally heralds, I've found that in readings, it heralds good news coming through some form of communication that has been written and thought about by the sender. Okay, Shobha, beautiful name. Are you still there? Have you fallen asleep?
No. I'm still here.
I love you. Thank you. Can you tell me about your beautiful name, where it comes from, what it means?
Well, I'm from the Caribbean. My ancestors are from India, and my name means beautiful decorative ornament.
Oh, that's so nice. Are they from like Trinidad, a place like that?
Yes, correct. Exactly cool. There.
Well, I do this for a living, but I love Trinidad. fact, my great uncle was ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago for 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, hi. Sorry. So I like to connect with people through their birthdays. So, darling, when is your birthday?
April 18th.
You're an Aries. Yay.
Yes.
I love that.
That's right.
Also, you're 18th, traditionally 18. It's the Hebrew number Chai, which is considered the number of life. So you're supposed to have good luck if you're born in the 18th. I was born in the 18th. I'm pretty lucky. I think you're lucky. Okay. How can I help you? I will focus. I'm like the ADHD psychic today. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Well, let's see. I was going to ask you about love, but I think I'd like to ask you about work.
I'll tell you an interesting thing. Yeah, I'm picking up on both of those, but let's go with career. And an interesting thing in my practice, people just assume that women want to know about love and men want to know about career. It's the exact opposite. Always has been, always will be. Women do want to know about love, but it's kind of second, because as women, we have to make sure that we're secure so we can take care of everybody around us, which they're going to expect, whether we want them to or not. Good thing I'm not bitter. Okay. Sorry. So let me see what I'm getting about. Let me pull. I don't usually pull cards. I'm going to do that for you because you're cool. And that really is the coolest name. Okay, it looks like you got the strength card, which is a woman either taming a lion or persuading him not to rip her head off. When I get this card, it usually means that a very strong woman is getting to step back into her strength, usually the day she gets this card. This would suggest to me that your work situation has required a lot of patience in you not hitting people for about the last 14 months. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, because you got some real winners that you're working with, and I'm being sarcastic because I'm grumpy. What's interesting is that, how can I put this? People think that if you're shiny and you're always, I mean, by shiny, I mean that as a compliment. Like, you have presence. People notice you, and you're an attractive. Dare I say? I think you're very, very attractive person, woman. You're good looking. I can't see you through my phone, but I can see with my heart. Beautiful skin, beautiful cheekbones, and your eyes. You have like big almond-shaped eyes, right? Your eyes are the bomb. But you're also very, very good at getting stuff done, and you get it done faster and without complaining than anybody else. That's oddly not going to make you popular. You're surrounded by a fair amount of. Am I right in this situation?
Correct, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're surrounded by a lot of people who really resent competence, take it personally, and are drama queens. Is that correct? Because that's what I'm getting. Yeah. Well, sod them. I don't see that getting better anytime soon. I would get the heck out of there because you might get promoted, but you're too good to work with these people. You just are. I'm almost thinking that you might want to do something you really enjoy doing. I feel like you manage people in this office. You do administrative stuff, you manage stuff. Is that correct?
Oh, well, not currently, but I have, yes.
In the past? Well, I'm not sure what you're doing currently, but I don't think this is, I mean, this is on your terms. They're certainly not getting rid of you. You're the only person who does any work. I'm sorry, I'm not usually this, I mean, even though I'm oddly grumpy today, I'm not usually this like negative, but I'm not, this is not negativity. This is just accurate reporting. I think, let me just say, either a friend or a friend of a friend has a company that you'd be a really good fit at. So you might want to look around your friends and friends of friends. What would you most like to do? Because there's a lot of opportunity opening up for you. Starting mid next month, it feels to me, I hate to sound like a fortune teller. It's like cross my palm with silver. Although feel free to cross my palm with silver. I have a feeling that starting like around July 15th, you're entering into a really lucky time. You just are. I never say stuff like that. So it might be a good time to look around and maybe take a step up. You could, I mean, I'm sure you're doing quite well financially, but you could even do better in terms of salary, and you could definitely do better in terms of people who will appreciate you and won't punish you for being effective, which is just so much what's going on that I just want to curl up in a fetal position and whimper. Okay, does that make sense?
It totally makes sense. Yes, absolutely.
Let me see how much time we have.
Right on.
Because if, hold on. Darling producer, how much time do we have? Well, I think he's playing games on his iPhone, but I love him dearly. 13 minutes. Okay, you're not playing games on your iPhone, fine, but I still love you dearly. Okay, so I'm going to quickly do a couple minutes of your love life. You essentially got your heart surgically removed from your body. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to wrap up with Shobhal in about 3 minutes because she's very easy to receive information from, and so it's going to be very fast. So anyway, Shobhal, this is what I'm getting for you. I think somebody took your heart out surgically and put it in the blender and then fed it to the cat. Is that correct?
Yep.
Not me. Yeah.
Yep.
This person was a malignant narcissist. I have a little experience with those. Let's go get drunk. No, sorry. Yeah, part of you hasn't gotten over that. Hasn't. And it's made you, although you're very confident and assured on the outside, you are a highly sensitive person. You are. There's even a book about it. Highly sensitive persons or people or something. HSP. It's worth getting because you are sensitive. You hide it well, but you are. And it would just make me really even more grumpy, which nobody wants to see. If you let this malignant narcissist, who, let's face it, that was very attractive and quite charming malignant narcissist, but still damage you permanently. You're too good for that. Also, it's summer solstice. You can make a really strong intention for some summer lovin', if you know what I mean. That's me winking. I think that this coincides with your good luck period in July. I think you've given up. Don't give up. Get back out there. I'm talking to myself too. Really get back out there. And I think that you're going to get somebody a lot better. He might not be your specific type, but I think he's a really solid guy or girl or other, whatever. We're LGBTQ friendly in this show. But I get guy. You're going to be fine. They just want you to start consciously working on working on your self-esteem because you're lovely. And I know, I occasionally for myself, I'm like, you know what? I'm fat. I'm not going to exit my dwelling for the next 3 weeks because I'm fat and I'm too old. And it may not look it from the outside, but we all beat ourselves up for ridiculous things. And please don't, because you are really awesome and there's a really good relationship waiting for you. And I'm not just saying that. That makes sense?
That makes sense.
Cool.
Right.
One last
Thank
thing.
you.
Do you go to church or anything
Go
like
ahead.
that? Or do you go to church or a spiritual group or anything like that?
No.
That's fine. Volunteer work might be a good place to meet this person. It's something that's for the greater good. All right, my love.
Sure.
Mwah. Bless you. And let me know how you're doing. I'm perrylyons.com. That's my real website. We got to fix that. And that's Perry Lyons on Facebook. Bless you.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
You're
dear.
awesome.
So are you. Okay, thank you guys. Before we take our next caller, and darling producer, I looked away when you flashed her name and I want to make sure I get it. Can you tell me again? Okay. Karen. Hi, Karen. How are you?
Hi. I'm good.
Good. Cool. I was going to do little tips on how to access one's psychic self. Oh, you're from Washington State. Cool. I love it there. I'm going to do that at the end of the program because I really like your energy. Hi. So I like to connect with people through their birthdays. When's your birthday?
My birthday is the 20th of September.
Oh, so you're Virgo. the
Yeah.
most misunderstood
kind of
sign.
close to the
Yeah.
cusp. Yeah,
It
kind
is,
of close
but
to the cusp.
I'm not really being in the cusp can mean that you have a lot of other like planets and things in the sign that you're close to. But honestly, a Virgo is a Virgo. My kidney's next to my spleen, but it's not the same thing. So you're a Virgo, and it's the most misunderstood sign. I love Virgos because people think they're about like being OCD, and they're totally not. They're about idealism and purity and really good stuff. So congratulations. How can I help you?
I thought this was a reading.
It is.
But,
I'm asking, what's your question?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a reading, if it's I just had lost my son this year, and I just.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, there aren't any words.
Yeah.
And he just showed up.
Um,
Okay. I hope this is accurate. I don't usually do mediumship, but
Oh, that's okay. I thought that's what this was, but if it's not, that's fine too.
No. I do mediumship. I do, and especially now because he just showed up, and he's lovely, and
that's awesome.
I don't know why he's. Look, I might be wrong. I'm usually right about this stuff, but I so desperately want to be right here that the first impression I got was of somebody on the taller side and the more slender side. Is that accurate?
Yeah, on the slender side, yeah.
Okay. By taller, I mean
a lot of weight.
5'9" to up. Yeah.
Oh, not tall.
Did he have,
no, not tall.
5'8".
Is that what you said?
5'9". Yeah. No, he's on the taller side.
About 5'7", 5'8", 5'7".
Yeah, 5'8" is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting. Anything above 5'5" for me is on the taller side.
Oh.
What was his first name?
Ian.
Please? Okay, I was reading that wrong. I was getting Tim, but I was reading it Heather. What a beautiful name. Oh, what a beautiful guy. Okay, here's what he wants to say. First of all, he loves you. Is this his sister I'm seeing?
I can't hear you. What?
Is this? Oh gosh, is this his sister I'm seeing? Or was he? He wants to talk.
He has a sister. He has a sister.
Okay. Interesting. To you, he wants. Not like he's apologizing because this wasn't his fault. But he, boy, does he love you, and he's so appreciative. You are a real hands-on mom growing up. I mean, you weren't a helicopter mom, but you really paid attention.
But he had,
he
had health issues, so I had to be.
Yeah, and you were really there, and you're honestly, I'm just gonna start crying here because you're his hero. You're just his flat out hero, and he loves you. And the first thing that came through was just this gratitude and appreciation, and and just gratitude. Man, I mean, he almost died several times. Like once at about, it feels like I can't see if he's 7 or 10 here, but also you paid attention to him, and you were such a cheerleader for him, and you never let him feel like his illness limited him. You he was very smart. You paid attention to his mind and heart, and he nourished that. I mean, this is a really grateful guy. In fact, here, I mean, this is for you. This must be, I didn't know why I brought this today because I just grabbed it, but I think it was because, did he send you flowers or give you flowers? I don't know what. Anyway,
he would send me flowers for birthdays and for Mother's Day, and he knew I love flowers.
Yeah, you do love flowers, and I had no reason why I picked the bloody hydrangea I spent all year pruning. But I picked it.
What?
I went out and picked it.
Say? What did
I said I had no idea before this show when I went out and picked one of my hydrangeas, which are my babies. I never pick them, but my guys were like, "Go get some flowers." And this is why he's giving you flowers.
Yeah.
And
you said, what type of flowers is he giving me?
Hydrangeas.
Can you tell? That's amazing.
That makes sense?
Because, he liked them, and he had he had given a hydrangea plant, a beautiful blue hydrangea plant, to his girlfriend, who before, this is a year ago, before, when he found out she was going to be having a baby boy. They were having a child together.
Oh.
And he was so thrilled. So after he died, I knew he liked hydrangeas. So I said, I'm going to do a hydrangea memorial garden for him. And I have done that, and it is blooming beautifully. And it's, matter of fact, I'm going to get a sign for him. That just
this is your confirmation then, because I have I have lilies, I have roses, I'm a gardener. But my guides before the program said, go get some. Now, isn't it great? I love it. My late mother was.
That's amazing. So yeah, hydrangeas were one of his favorites.
And you did a hydrangea.
Like I said, I've got a hydrangea garden for him, and that's amazing.
There's your confirmation.
Yeah.
And that's.
Yeah.
Wow. And I don't want to put. So that's. I can give you other confirmation. I don't. He says hi to his sister. There's a young lady.
He says what? He says hi to his sister. His sister misses him so much. Is that what you said?
Yeah. His sister is. I feel like he wants to comfort her.
Oh,
like
he needs to.
She misses
him so much. They were so close. Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
They were so
She's
close.
a lovely old-fashioned name. We've got 2 minutes. I'm trying to get her name. I can't quite get her. It's not Eleanor. I'm sorry. I'm not getting. It's a lovely old-fashioned name, and I think it has 2 syllables. What's her name?
Allison.
Oh, okay, 3 syllables. It's still a lovely old-fashioned name. Eleanor.
Yeah,
Eleanor is what I was trying to. Yeah, I didn't hear it right.
That's
Sorry,
close.
Eleanor.
I mean,
Allison.
Yeah, Allison. Yeah, it's pretty.
It's like
pretty
playing charades with people you can't quite see.
Yeah.
He sends her his love. His son is adorable. That's a cute kid, and I'm not just saying that. He also sends his love to his girlfriend. She very delicate boned, very pretty. Like she looks delicate to me. I don't know. I'm getting the word delicate.
Well, it was kind of tricky. He actually broke up with his girlfriend this past year, and they were having a tough time. And he has a different girlfriend, but he still was in touch with his and taking and supporting.
I think I'm getting the
son
second girlfriend.
The second girlfriend. Oh my gosh, she's beautiful, and she's
beautiful. Yeah, that's right.
Such a huge heart, and they were going to get married. It was
I'm so. Yeah. We've got about 20 seconds, so here's what I want to say to you. Please accept this virtual hydrangea. Please understand that I never do that. If I stop before a show and grab something, one time it was a Lakota Sioux artifact, and the caller was Lakota Sioux and wanted some reassurance that she was seen by God. This is your reassurance and your confirmation. He's with you. He loves you, and he ain't going nowhere. Okay, my dear?
Thank you.
And please let me know
God
how you
bless
are.
you.
God bless you, my dear.
God bless.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you, guys. I am now in full weep, so I can't really finish. And I'm going to say I love you, and that color looks great on you, and come back next week at 9, and I love my job, and thank you. Come back next week. Talk to you soon. Bye.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. And as always, it is fabulous to be here with you tonight. The past couple of weeks, we've talked about things like, synchronicities, finding your tribe, shining your light. And last week, we talked about earth angels. Tonight, I'm feeling inspired to talk about our soul families. So, if you can just kind of entertain the idea that we've possibly lived many lives together, right? We would have soul families. So I want to talk about some people that are in my soul family. Sometimes people in your soul family will be actually your immediate family. So mom, dad, sister, brother, friend, or sometimes it can be a student like they are for me. So I think a lot of you know that I'm a former teacher. I've taught, many different subjects. I taught elementary school, 7th grade English, high school English. I taught juvenile hall, court community schools. And then the last 6 years, I was a special ed teacher. So I've met a lot of students, right? And we're not really supposed to have favorites, but guess what we do sometimes. So there was a young lady who was in my 7th grade English class, and she was amazing, right? And that in itself doesn't mean that she's part of my soul family. But when she was in high school, I went back to school to get my master's, and it took about 3 years because I was teaching at the same time, and she babysat for me. So I got to kind of be involved in her life during that time. And then she graduated from high school, went off to college. When she came back, we kind of, start talking again. And soon after she got married, I went to her wedding. She had a baby. And for some reason, she didn't have anyone to babysit for her. So I got to babysit, which was amazing. And then our lives just kept kind of intertwining. She went back and got her master's and became a school counselor. So I was a teacher, she was a school counselor. And kind of after that, we started talking about things like spirit and mediumship and paranormal and psychic abilities. And we found that we both had that in common. So she's also a psychic medium and she's amazing at it, but she's busy raising her family now, but we still talk all the time. Sometimes I'll get messages from spirit for her students at school, right? Sometimes her grandparents will come through for me. It's just all these little synchronicities, and finally realized that, she's part of my soul family. So, I hope we have many years to come, right? And maybe next time, maybe I'll come back and I'll be the student and she'll be the teacher. Who knows, right? But hopefully we'll get to spend a lot more time together this lifetime. If you aren't sure who's on your soul family or who is in your soul family, look around because they might be like right underneath your nose. Who knows? I don't know. Give it a try. Look out for those people. I'm going to pull a card actually because I haven't pulled a card in quite a while. And it's just my spirit junkie deck because it always has a really inspirational message. And let me just pick a card. card. Okay. Oh, okay. Let me read it. It says, guidance is available to me now. I know that angels, ancestors, and spirit guides are always at hand. I do not walk alone. So that's super interesting. Angels, ancestors, and spirit guides are always at hand. I do not walk alone. Perhaps that will have something, some meaning for our caller when we get our caller tonight. So yeah, so that's a beautiful message. I actually took a master's class today on the topic was actually past lives, and that was exactly what we practiced. Uh, who we had different lifetimes with, did they come back as our guides, right? It's food for thought, right? But let's go ahead. We have a caller now. Let's get to our caller. We have Marissa from Vallejo, California. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you? So we're both in California. Yay.
Yay.
Not too close, but but still both in California. So how are you? You're good tonight. I'm glad to hear that. Do you have a specific reading that you want? Were you looking for a psychic reading? What did you have in mind?
I do. I mean, a psychic reading, a mediumship reading. It's so funny. My brother just had a baby like 30 minutes ago.
Oh.
So it just happened. Yes. So I'm an aunt for the first time. So.
Oh my gosh! Congratulations.
Yeah. So I'm a little like, oh my gosh. It's good things though. Good things.
Yeah. How exciting.
Yes.
Do you have a? Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I've also, I had a, my son's father, he passed away not that long ago. And, so, we've kind of been dealing with that. So it's kind of like, it's kind of a blessing too, because we've kind of been dealing with that. And then, but then having a new life come in, and I do wonder a lot of times, too, if the people that we're connected to in this life, whether they're best friends, soulmates, husband, wife, soulmate, things like that, if they are also with us in possibly past lives, if there are, if we've connected to the same people, I guess.
Yeah, it really is an interesting topic, and it's kind of hard to wrap your brain around, because
Right.
there's also that, is it the past? Is it the present? Is the future? Is time linear? You can just really explode your brain on it. I
Yes.
cut you off.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. So I'm pretty open. I'm just, all of this was just like, oh my gosh, this is all just happened. But, a psychic reading would be great.
Okay.
I'm working on my skills myself. So it's something that I have some abilities, but just not, I need to work on them more. So.
Of course. Is that what you want to look at tonight?
Yes. Yeah, that would probably be great.
Okay. And real quick, just because when you mentioned that your son's father, I actually saw him holding a baby. And I know there's probably not a connection with your brother. I mean, I don't know, how well they knew each other, but it's almost like he was holding the baby before it was born, and helped to bring him in. So I think that's really beautiful. Amazing.
That's awesome.
Because maybe that's not something that he would have done if he was here, but I really feel like in spirit he did that. So that's really beautiful. If I look into, of course, I can tell that you have a lot of good intuition, right? And I wonder if you actually trust that gut feeling that you get, because I feel like you have super strong intuition, and I can tell because I feel it in my solar plexus. And so that would be one thing I would say to feel into. Just go ahead and trust, and don't be afraid to be wrong, because that's kind of how you learn. And listen to the subtleties, because I feel like you're really clairaudient. You can hear. Do you ever hear what sounds like your voice inside your head?
Yes, all the time. I just realized that that's not not everybody has that. And I thought that that's just normal. I thought everybody does that.
Right. And sometimes we think it's not, spirit because it sounds like us, and it absolutely can, but it's the way you tell the difference is it says things that, we aren't talking to ourselves saying. So I would encourage you to really listen to that, because I feel like that's a really, really strong asset that you have. I also feel like you've done a lot of work on your journey healing. And I feel like there may be some things in the past that you've been readdressing and healing that part of you, because that helps you to also move forward by healing those, even things that you may not think in ways that you were wounded. Like if you're little, sometimes we don't think about that woundiness, and it can be something very minor. But it feels like you've actually done a lot of this work already. So congratulations on that. Continue to do that, because it'll just make your abilities stronger. I also feel like, let's see, that protecting your energy too, because I feel like you have really strong energy, and I feel like people might be drawn to this big, beautiful light that you have. So just learning how to kind of set boundaries and put up, like a shield, if you will, so that you don't drain all your power. You have a really beautiful soul. I wish you so much luck. And, because we're almost out of time, believe it or not, but this has been like such an amazing reading, because I love the fact that your brother just had a baby. And that is just like, it just makes you feel so good. If you would like, I am so happy to talk with you after at some point and talk to you about this and your journey. You can just look me up on my website if you'd like at mediumkellykristen.com. And I'm going to say goodbye for now, and I hope to hear from you. And to the rest of you, thank you so much for tuning in tonight, and I will see you next week. Have a great week. Bye-bye.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. A huge shout out, as always, for our wonderful network, A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Once again, I'm becoming more relaxed as the weeks progress. And I had a last minute decision on what I'd do on the show. I had a moment of inspiration 3 minutes leading up to before this show started. So I'd like to start off though, as always, huge supporter of the fellow host and, everything we grow through personally and professionally as a result of being part of the network family. And I want to mention someone who I've never interacted with or spoken with, but is a new show host. So please be sure to watch her show. She sounds amazing and really heartfelt. I believe I just have this wonderful feeling about her. There's a lot of wisdom and love and honesty, real compassion, and the empath in me is really feeling the empath in her. So her name is Kimberly. She's been posted on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV socials. So please do give her a shout out and watch her show, and give her a warm introduction to the network as guest and viewers, as well as us hosts. And so a bit of a hair flick there. So look, I was going to go into a caller today, and I felt a bit courageous, as we all know, for those who listen in every week or every so often, I'm learning more confidence and courage to present to you as my uninhibited and natural self, which, takes a lot of time and courage as we age and become wiser and more comfortable with the skin we're in. So today, I don't know if I've spoken much about it because I never watch podcasts, not even my own, although I did watch the drug addiction series, which I was kind of blown away. I was really proud of myself. But today I wanted to talk about a couple of things. One of them is that I have won an award. So I have won a performance-based award. And I was recognised by an international organisation that did Australasian awards, and I was nominated because I'd been noticed for having consistently outstanding customer service and being a leader in our industry. And then I went through a rigorous process in the background where a panel of judges actually really scrutinised each nominated or shortlisted applicant. And this is something I never nominated for. I had no idea. I actually discovered I'd been nominated by searching through my junk mail thinking, is this a scam? So as it turns out, I am Australia's most compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader. And that really means a lot to me because I guess no matter what struggle I've had in life, I'm being recognised for putting kindness and sincerity back in the world. And I don't want to toot my own horn, but toot toot. It's really nice to be acknowledged for being a kind and compassionate person, and Australia's most kind and compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader. So that actually gave me heaps of confidence, heaps of courage. I don't feel like I have imposter syndrome. I don't really do what I do for an ego base either, but there are challenges as showing up publicly for doing what you do, even when you started later in life in the industry. And it's really a nice space to finally get some confidence in myself. I present as a really extroverted and confident person, but inside is, a child that used to be quite awkward, shy, introverted, and did I say awkward? So I've changed as I've evolved as I've grown and become an extrovert instead. And part of winning the award has given me the confidence to I've wanted to teach tarot for a couple of years now, but I have people that are starting to pay for courses that haven't even been developed. So I wanted to share with you some tips and tricks on tarot reading because I'll be offering some tarot courses. Obviously, in this short amount of time, I don't know how much I'll be able to get through. But I'm doing some tarot courses. So if anyone is interested in learning tarot from Australia's most, I'm going to do that thing, from Australia's most compassionate spiritualist and tarot reader, please check out my socials or go to my website and the links to everything will be there. That's soulfullyguided.com. And I'll be teaching classes from beginner, intermediate and advanced. They're currently $300 Australian, and each course goes for 8 weeks with a duration of 2-hour classes. You'll have a little mini exam in order to receive your certificate, and a lot of it is working on intuition. And my ideal of these courses are to basically set a platform for you, a really strong foundation to teach you how I do things. Not so you can go and follow the way I do things, but so you can go and develop your own strategy and find your own voice like we do. And next week I'll be talking about spiritual awakening and opening your third eye, and the pitfalls and the challenges and the beauty of it. So I always recommend, in whatever journey you have, if you have someone like a backbone, or it's someone who's been there and done that. So because times are going to get crazy. Times are, you're going to become a new version of yourself, and that's not an easy thing to do. It comes with many challenges, sacrifices, and tears before rainbows start showing. So my courses will basically, the beginner course is going to teach you, going to familiarize yourself with tarot. I believe traditional meanings are important, but the focus will be on your interpretation and intuition. That platform that we talk about, having that traditional backbone and backup, but intuition is the key. You are the magic of these courses. So the first beginner course will familiarize yourself with tarot. The intermediate will get you comfortable to read tarot for yourself, and the advanced will get you comfortable and confident to read tarot for others. I wouldn't recommend to go straight into professional reading. At Soulfully Guided, we are hugely honesty-based and have high standards. So I'm not going to give you empty promises and say, hey, you're going to be a professional tarot reader and can start charging overnight. There is some effort and commitment and persistence involved in professionally reading, and I will then also look into courses to be able to promote professional reading. In a breakdown, and if I've got time, I want to pull one card for all of us just to see what from the Let Go deck. So I want to make time for that. If our producer, who always lets us know how long we've got, so who does a great job and has a great radio voice, by the way. But I'm going to pull a card for everyone. If you can see that, it's from the Let Go Tarot deck, Oracle deck. But when we go into tarot, I'll be teaching the Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck, and I like to acknowledge Pamela. It's an honor to acknowledge the artistry of the tarot deck, and she's often forgotten in the name and the process of the tarot deck. So there's 78 cards. There's major arcana cards and there's minor arcana cards. So this is a basic breakdown. I look at the major arcana as real life evolving, life-changing breakthrough moments. These are things that are really part of our lives, our big learning lessons. Look, I think they can be avoided if you're not ready to face them. But the lesson of that card in the major arcana will continue to show in your life throughout stages of your life until you are ready to face, tackle, and move on from that challenge or that learning experience. So they're the big aspects of our lives that really they play a huge impact of our life, and ultimately we can put them off, that lesson, but we can't avoid them in this lifetime. The minor arcana cards are our boring, mundane, everyday sort of life things, makes up all the exciting moments. So it's not that boring, but they're things that, not a huge impact on your life, but a nice reflection and recommendation. You can, when we're looking at the minor arcana, you can take different turns or take different angles. They're not so significant as the major arcana. However, they are part of our everyday lives and have great purpose for really good everyday and, the smaller aspect of a larger part of or area of our life. So they do intertwine, and I do see a cross analysis between them. I call my tarot readings cross analysis and card analysis because of the way I read. I like to look at them analytically, and my courses will promote you to read cards, to develop your own technique, which will work best for you. So, I will always recommend understanding the traditional meanings of the cards, but I don't want you to go and read, memorize 100 or 200 page books. I'll give you the essence of the meanings. And there's after providing the traditional meanings, I then give you a platform to create your own meanings, whether it's one sentence or a couple of words to describe a card. And you also get the opportunity to learn things from a more basic perspective, because what we want, the traditional meanings of the cards are great, and they fulfill a purpose that when we're reading, if we get stuck, and we feel our intuition's not working, it's a great kickstart. And I feel that intuition is the most detrimental part of tarot reading. So you can look at things like numerology. I'm holding the 3 of Cups up. You can do things like numerology, colors, the pictures, how the cards face each other, and there's so much intricate details. And it's really important that you work with what works best for you. Tarot is a really beautiful skill to have, whether you want to read professionally or for yourself. Excuse me. I would love to have you as a student and explore your tarot journey with you and kickstart that. If you are interested in learning more about the tarot, which I didn't get too deep into explaining because there's just so much, it's incredible. But head over to my Facebook page or my website and inquire. And we've only got just a little bit of time, so we're going to pull one card for everyone. What is your strongest message about what we have to let go of? You will climb that mountain, and then the next, which will bring great joy. So you will climb that mountain, and then the next, which will bring great joy. What a beautiful card. So keep climbing those mountains, everyone. Don't give up on yourself and your dreams. Thank you. Tune in next week for another week of Softly Guided.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. I hope you've had an absolutely fantastic week wherever you are in this amazing planet of ours. Here in Australia, we're all shivering through winter. It's we've had some of our coldest days so far this year, so enough about the weather anyway. I don't like the cold. I hope wherever you are that you are really embracing life and living life to the fullest, because we had a period of time there during the pandemic where everything was so uncertain. We weren't able to go about our day-to-day lives in the way that we were used to. And I think we're slowly getting back to what is now our new normal. I know here in Australia, COVID's raging again, and people are sort of saying, oh, well, so what, like it's just, I think everybody's become fatigued from it. And I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing, but I do think that we do need to sort of start to take the reins to our own lives again and start to try and get back out there and do the things that are important to us. And I think one of the major things that came out of it was how important our family and our friends are, and the things that we took for granted, that most people now are making an extra effort to make sure that they do connect, they do check in with people and sort of really keep those valuable relationships alive. So this week we've got a rather ambiguous card from the Simply Tarot deck. Quite often we don't feature a sort of a page or a knight or a king or a queen on this show, and it's not by choice. It's just I shuffle the cards, I ask the cards, what's the card for the week for the world, but to relate to everybody, and I go with the first card that I draw. So it's not something I sit there and say, oh, this week we're going to have this card or that card. It is random. So this week we've got the Page of Swords. Now, the reason why I'm saying it's an ambiguous card, yes, it can mean a young woman up to the age of 25. If you're a parent, your children are always your children and will always come out as pages and knights, even if they're 55. So that's something we need to clarify. More importantly, it's usually the secondary meaning of this card that's appropriate or applicable to most of us. So it can be the card of spying or deception. Now, most of us hopefully don't go spying on somebody else, but there's a time then sometimes when we do go looking for information that maybe could come under that heading, checking on somebody's cell phone and their emails and things like that we technically shouldn't do, but we do for what we say is their own benefit, or we're needing to keep an eye on our teenagers or whatever the case may be. It's also the card of deception. Now, this can be you deceiving yourself. It can somebody else deceiving you. So be aware of who and what is around you this week. Be aware of people and their motives and their reasons behind things. It may be why they're connecting with you, or why are they asking those sort of questions. Make sure that you fully understand what their motives are, because they might be trying to gain some valuable information that they can deceive you with or use against you. So just be on your guard a little bit. It, more importantly, quite often is the card of reflecting back over one's shoulder. Now, from time to time, we need to reflect back over our shoulder and look at where we've come from. And that's why I mentioned COVID, because quite often we sort of tend to sort of think something's over. We don't need to reflect back and look at the lessons that we learnt from the past. And COVID's a very good example of that, of making sure that we keep up the connections with our family, our friends. What lessons did we learn during that time? Did we learn better budgeting? Did we learn to clean out the closet? What were the lessons that we learnt? So we need to take some time now to reflect back over our shoulder and see what we learnt or what we gained during that period. So I know it's a fairly complex card for a little card of the Page of Swords, but that's the Page of Swords. So we're going to move on to the astrology section now. And the astrology section is always a very interesting area of the show, because I get so many messages in my inbox after the show about people saying that really related to me. I never really took astrology seriously. I didn't realise it was such a science. I thought it was somebody just sitting there sort of guessing and sort of writing a column and sort of saying this is what, Aries is going to do for the week, or Geminis or whatever. It is a science. It is something that is a very complex subject. I know when I first started studying astrology many, many, many years ago now, I looked at it and I remember saying to my husband, I'm sure this is more complicated than going to university or getting a degree in something. There was so much to learn and so much to unlearn, and it was learning like a whole new alphabet, all those sort of things, because the symbols and things like that were in symbols. They weren't in words. So there was an awful lot of knowledge to learn. And over the years, I suppose the knowledge starts to sink in. You can never know it all. There's always times when you have to go back and reference an encyclopedia or a book on astrology, because sometimes, you sort of feel that there's a piece missing. But it's something that does evolve. It does grow. It is like taking a a snapshot of the heavens as we speak now. That's what I do each week before the show. I look at the snapshot of the chart and then I apply it across the 12 signs and what's going to be important to us. So this week we still have the sun in Gemini. The sun's in Gemini only for a few more days, so we need to make hay while the sun shines. It's a time when there's bright ideas, lots of very fast thinking happening at the moment. Ideas are coming and going very fast, so make sure that you get them down on paper or you record them on a device so that you've got them there to expand on in the weeks and months ahead. As the ideas have disappeared out of your mind, you want something there to trigger your memory of what your thoughts were. Why did that come into your head? Was there anything else that you recorded around that time that could be useful? We also have Mercury, the planet of communication, is sitting in Gemini. Now, Mercury feels very, very comfortable here. He actually rules Gemini, so he's very, very comfortable here with lots and lots of communication. So people are finding that they're getting, lots of messages, lots of phone calls, lots of text messages, emails, that sort of thing. And some people are saying to me, I'm getting very little. So you can never really judge just because Mercury's back in Gemini, are you going to be inundated with lots of messages? Not always. Sometimes it's more about being private and about sitting with your own thoughts and just allowing bright ideas to come into your mind. It's a time when everything's very fertile and very rich. So don't waste the last few days of both of these planets being in this energy, because once it moves into the next sign of Cancer, things will come to not so much a screaming stop, but they'll take on a completely different flavour of energy. And I don't want you to waste this very powerful time of the mind and the thoughts and new ideas and, motivating us to sort of, maybe start some new projects or get some information together to look at a new project a bit further down the track. We need to work with the energy while it's there, when it's at its strongest. We also have Venus, the planet of love and affection, is conjunct Mars, the planet of action. And Mars is also said to be the planet of sex drive sometimes. It's what makes us sexy and appealing to the opposite sex or to the same sex, whatever your preference may be. There's no judgment here. So Venus is asking us to really sort of step out of our comfort zone here. It's sort of, strap your stuff. Venus is in Leo. So Leo is about performance. It's about getting out there and sort of saying to the world, look at me, this is what I can do, this is who I am. Put your best outfit on, do your hair, fix your makeup, make sure you present the best face you can to the world and go out there and try and meet people. If you're lonely, if you haven't got a relationship, you're looking to get into a relationship, well, now's the time to get out there and put your best foot forward, because you've got real opportunities now to meet somebody that could be very significant in your life. But be aware that they may also be a little bit bold. They may also be out there strutting their stuff and sort of looking for that special someone also, but not necessarily taking on board what that other person has to offer. It's sort of more about look at me, look at me, look at me. So if both of you are in that frame of mind of look at me, look at me, look at me, maybe you might not appreciate or see what the other person has to offer. So make sure that you're aware of that. Mars in Leo is always a fun time, because it means everything that's going on in your life at the moment takes on a bigger, bolder sort of presence. If you're starting a new business or looking to step out and start new ventures, you're going to do it in a very bold and dynamic way. Make sure that you don't tread on toes as you're doing that you don't come across as too bossy and too bombastic. Sometimes people don't like people that are overly enthusiastic. Yes, they want you to have enthusiasm and they want you to have drive, but they don't want you to be sort of like a bull in a china shop and just going that fast that you're bulldozing everything in your path. So there needs to be a balance here, but I'm sure you can bring that into balance. And it's a really perfect time for getting out and about and enjoying what the great outdoors has to offer. I know in the Northern Hemisphere you're in summertime now and you're out barbecuing and having fun and, having family get-togethers in the outdoors. And, enjoy that time, because it won't be too long and it'll be cool and cold and you'll be rugging up again in front of the fire like we are here in Australia. So it's always nice to be able to work with the energies that are around you. So we have Saturn, the planet of discipline, is sitting in Aquarius. Now, Saturn in Aquarius is uncomfortable bedfellows, if you want to put it that way, because Saturn likes everything in a nice structured order, likes to be the boss, likes to tell everybody what to do, likes to sort of have an edge on life that's a little bit on the more somber side. And the Aquarian energy is asking you to think outside the square, be daring, be different, do something different, be a know-it-all. You know, get out there on your soapbox and spruik your truth. If you know you're right, you're right. And if you thought you were wrong, you were still right. So it's a very sort of ambiguous energy to put those two together. But Saturn's been in Aquarius now for some time, so I suppose they've had to learn to get along in the sandbox together. But interestingly enough, Saturn is making what's known as a very nice aspect, which is known as a sextile to Jupiter. So that means that they're roughly between 55 and 65 degrees apart at the moment in the zodiac. So Jupiter's sitting in Taurus. So Jupiter's asking us to expand our horizons. Now, this can be on a financial front. This can be on the things that are important to you, the things that you value, your value systems. It's asking us to have a very good, serious, long, hard look at the things that are important to us in our lives, the things that you value the most, whether that be family, friends, whether it's your finances, your job, whether you're looking at bringing in a new set of rules that you want to live by, or rules that you want to teach your children or your grandchildren. It's a time there where we can sort of really bring things into a balance where we've got some new creative thinking from Saturn in Aquarius, but we've also got the tried and true of the Taurian energy, and Jupiter saying we can have a really nice expansion of balance of both. So it's really good to see things are sort of happening very well in that department. So there may also be expanding of the bank balance. Be a little bit careful with Jupiter and Taurus here, because Jupiter is the expanding waistlines too, and Taurians do anything sitting in Taurus means that we have a sweet tooth, or we want sort of more comfort or richer foods. So just be careful. You know, it's okay to have one piece of cake, don't have half the cake. And the same can be said, you know, if you're having candy or sweets, just, you know, a little bit. You know, portion control is the key here. You don't need to deprive yourself. You can have a little bit of everything, but just don't overdo it. We still have Pluto in Capricorn. He will be there until January 2024. So we're going to see a lot of things changing on the world stages at the moment. We're going to see a lot of things that are going to be sort of hurried or needing to be sorted out rather quickly. We're going to see a lot of things that have been hidden from us, things that have people, particularly in high places, that have done the wrong thing, whether it be in politics or whether it's in other areas of life. They're going to be exposed now as Pluto sort of brings about the transformation of big business, of governments, of things being hidden from us before he moves into Aquarius for his very long trek there. So just be aware there's going to be a lot of things happening thick and fast, and things coming out of the woodwork, and people that thought they got away with things of all of a sudden aren't going to get away with them, and they're going to be exposed and dealt with. Finally, we've got Neptune still sitting in Pisces, last few degrees there. So I'm looking at Neptune in Pisces now as being incredibly creative. Even though I know the writers are on strike, I'm sure they're having a really tough time with their mind flowing in 1,000 different directions, but maybe they're putting their creative energies to better uses, or maybe writing some songs or some poetry instead. We're going to find that out of this period of time, there's going to be some very creative new songs and plays and things like that that are being written that we'll all be able to share in time. So we're going to talk with Melissa now in Plymouth in Massachusetts. Are you there, Melissa?
Hello, yes, I'm
Hello.
here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Melissa?
Let's see, do I have a question? Whatever Spirit wants to tell me, I would like to hear. I don't have any particular question.
Okay, all right. First thing that they're sharing with me is that there's a massive amount of change coming up around you. Have you been working towards bringing about some changes in your life, you know, bringing things to a close, ready to open up new doors? Because they're showing me as if you've really sort of worked hard on getting yourself to this point where I'm ready to sort of take this giant leap forward. Is that how you're feeling in your life, Melissa?
Yes, both physically as well as spiritually.
Good, because they were showing me that, you know, it hadn't been an easy journey to get to this point, but you're now sort of like you're poised, ready to sort of springboard into some pretty amazing things. I know you said physically, and that's good, and I'm not going to dispute that, you know, yes, you've worked hard on, to get yourself physically where you want to be in this life, but on a spiritual level, I still feel that you're questioning a little bit. You still seem to be sort of looking at things and saying, yes, I sort of believe, but I still have reservations. I still have questions. I'm going to say to you that's very, very healthy. I believe that we should always question things. We shouldn't just take something as being gospel because, you know, somebody famous or somebody important said that's the only way it is. It's always got to come back to how it feels to you. And if it doesn't feel right to you, or you only want half of it or 3/4 of it, then that's okay, because that's all you need. And it's something that it doesn't matter who it is or what it is. If it doesn't sit right with you, if it doesn't feel comfortable in your tummy, then it's not for you. And that's the best words of advice I can give you, Melissa, as far as on spiritual things. Not everything suits every single person. We all have to come down to our own belief systems, our own truths, the things that we feel comfortable with. And, you know, once you learn to do that, you'll find then your spiritual side of yourself starts to go ahead in leaps and bounds, because you're starting to trust in the process of Melissa, of Melissa's truth, of what Melissa believes in, what you stand for, what's right for you, but it may not be right for me, and that's okay. You know, we don't want to all be the same. You know, if the world was filled with people that were all the same, wouldn't it be boring? So that's how you have to look at it. I know that there's more enlightenment to come towards you, Melissa. They're showing me some very powerful sort of things over the next 6 months that you won't be able to miss. It'll be so lifelike in these dreams that you could almost get up and say, gee, I thought I just, you know, filmed that on my phone. It was so real. It was so vivid. Now, when those 3 significant dreams happen, and they will happen over a space of time, I want you as much as possible to write down the information that was in those dreams, even if it was obscure, even if it was, you know, you've got a pink cat with a blue bow tie and you think, well, that's ridiculous. They don't happen in real life. Put that information down because there's symbols there that need to be analysed. You know what I mean? It's not always about something that we can relate to and then put it away. And these may be, in this particular dream, there might be 10 important points that don't relate to one issue. They might relate to 10 different areas of your life. But if you didn't record everything, you wouldn't know, you know, and put down how you felt in the dream, you know, whether you were happy, sad, excited or whatever, you know, at the cat I felt excited, but the next bit I felt frightened, or whatever the case may be, because these dreams are showing you that you are really, really tapping into your higher self. You know, whatever you believe in, some people believe in spirit guides, other people don't, other people, you know, there's no right or wrong. It's what your belief is. But this is your higher self showing you and sharing with you that you are really listening, you're paying attention, you know, it might not make sense today, but it will in time, and then you've already got a head start on everything. So I think, well done, Melissa, just keep it up. You know, you're really doing really, really well. So
I've been trying to, yes. I've been, you know, speaking to my higher self and my angels and guides, and, you know, asking for signs, being more open to everything. So yes, that absolutely makes sense. And I think when you said I was questioning something, I guess I was just questioning what my higher purpose is, and you know, when I'm going to get those answers. But then you answered it right afterwards, so I will definitely keep a dream journal better than I have.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily keep a dream journal on every single dream that you remember. This will be like you've just filmed it and you're sitting there watching it back. It'll be that strong. And, you know, we all do things that we think is right. And I think, you know, most of us question what our purpose is. And I don't know that there's any one particular purpose. I think our purpose evolves and grows and changes with us and where our life takes us. But if you can learn to just trust, you know, go with your gut feeling. If your first reaction is, I don't like somebody, then that's your first reaction. Then you can sort of still be pleasant and polite, but be aware of that and think, well, hang on a minute, I didn't trust you when I first laid eyes on you. There's got to be a reason. So then you start to sort of build that up. It's psychic ability is like exercise or anything else we do. The more we practice, the better we get. So the more we believe in it and we follow that first gut feeling, the stronger it becomes. And, you know, it's not always about do we stay at the same level. I mean, when I first started reading many, many, many moons ago now, I started with ordinary playing cards. Now, look, I couldn't read a deck of ordinary playing cards today to save my life because I never kept that skill up. So it's, you know, don't be hard on yourself if this week it's something and then 6 months' time it's something else and then you gravitate onto something else. Each is a stepping stone to where we are on our spiritual path, Melissa. And that's the important thing. I know you're doing very well and it's been a pleasure to work with you. Okay, we're going to talk with Gwendolyn now in Amherst in Massachusetts. So it must be Massachusetts Day today. Wonderful. Hello to everyone in Massachusetts. Are you there, Gwendolyn?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, sweetie?
Yes, I do. See, my questions are all within my relationship and how I can find ways to better communicate. And should I be worried about that? Should I even?
I'm having trouble hearing you, sweetie. Can you talk into the actual phone or whatever you're talking on? You're
Hold on
fading
one
in
second.
Yeah, so what's your question, sweetheart?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can now, sweetie. Yes, wonderful. What's your question, sweetie?
Hello?
Hello? What's your question,
Hello,
Gwendolyn?
can you hear me now?
I can hear you, sweetie. What's your question?
Hey. So no, my question is mainly in my relationship. I'm trying to find better ways to communicate, or like, is this not the right relationship for me? Like, what should I be looking out for?
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So your question's about your relationship. Sometimes relationships are the most tricky situations that I think we encounter as human beings. You know, we all have a different way of communicating. We all have a different way of expressing our emotions, and what might affect one person is water off the duck's back to someone else. What I feel in your relationship, Gwendolyn, is that maybe you're expecting a little bit too much. It's sort of like you're a very open, effervescent sort of person. You know, what you see is what you get. You know, if you've got a problem, you spit it out, you talk about it, you try and sort of find a resolution, you try and find a way of sorting through it, and being mindful of the other person's opinion and feelings and how they might be feeling or what their role in the situation is. But you're feeling as if your partner gives you nothing. It's sort of like you ask them what's wrong, they say nothing. You know, they're not giving you anything to work with. And that can be incredibly frustrating. It's not that I feel your partner doesn't love you or doesn't care for you or doesn't want to sort of try and resolve these imaginary things, and a lot of it is imagined, barriers between the two of you. I think you're just two very, very different people. And I think what you need to do here is take the lead here a little bit, Gwendolyn. You know, you are the stronger one of the two. You are the one that can be decisive, that can make decisions, that can say, right, this is what we need to do. We need to put this into action and do this, this, and this, and this. And they're just sort of happy to fall in with that, to sort of follow your lead. And sometimes I feel that they feel very overwhelmed, that they can't match your strength, your ability to sort of problem solve, to think on your feet really quickly. And you have that ability where you can think very quickly on your feet and you can find solutions. Even if it's not the permanent solution, you've got a solution. You've got something to work with. You know, you don't sit there scratching your head saying, I don't know, I don't know. You always have some sort of angle that you can try and improve things. So I think you've just got to try and be a little bit more patient there. You know, love is one of those ambiguous sort of things. It grows, it stretches, it goes, it's up and down, and it sort of has all its different sort of cycles. But the most important thing to remember is why you fell in love with that person to begin with. It's usually a number of reasons, and some of those reasons are the things that we're trying to change, or things that we're saying, oh, I wish that was stronger or better, or they'd communicate more. But don't forget, that was part of the magic of why you fell in love with them to begin with. Not everybody's great with words. Not everybody's great with sharing their emotions or how they feel. And there's all different forms of communication. whether it be writing somebody a text message or an email, and even having a shouting match as a form of communication, not the one that I suggest as the first course of action. But what I'm saying is there's many, many forms of communication. I do think your relationship, Gwendolyn, is going to improve. Things are going to get better over the next few months, particularly from August onwards. I feel that you're going to get into a groove, into a rhythm where you're sort of really understanding each other better. But I feel that there's a new job on the horizon for your partner, and I feel that that's going to make them a lot happier in themselves, and that will flow on into the relationship. So that's where we're going to leave Gwendolyn in Massachusetts now. It's been Massachusetts Day, and I know there's a song about that, but I can't remember the name of it now, but it's a nice part of the world, I'm sure. So it's been an interesting week. As I said, that, you know, a lot of people reflecting back over, the Bee Gees, of course, Massachusetts. The producer's going to laugh in a minute when I talk about the song of the week, because it's been an interesting week as people need to reflect back over and sort of understand where we've come from, where we're going to, and how things are going to improve in our lives. So we've got opportunities now to make hay while the sun shines. Let's not waste it. And as I say, each week I leave you with a song, that something that comes into my head or something that I hear and I think, well, that's a good song, we'll go with that, or it just happens to come to me as I'm preparing for the show. And interestingly enough, this week I picked a Bee Gees song, and that's why I said my producer's going to laugh. Here's me saying there was a song about Massachusetts and I couldn't remember who sang it. It was the Bee Gees, but I didn't pick that particular song, but we're pretty close. I picked How Deep Is Your Love, and the Bee Gees are one of Australia's greatest exports. You know, we're very proud of them here, and they live just up the road from where I live now, and you know, we're very proud of our Bee Gees here, even though there's only one brother remaining, and they wrote some of the most prolific, beautiful music from around the world. And I think there isn't a person on the planet that doesn't know a particular Bee Gees song or been to the movies and seen a film that the Bee Gees wrote the musical score to. So I'm going to leave you with the song How Deep Is Your Love, and enjoy that, or enjoy Massachusetts by the Bee Gees. Until next week, bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here tonight. Thank you for joining me. It's a great night here in Tennessee, and it is wonderful to be part of this. I'm so excited to get going. I had quite a information come across from my guides today while I was out in my garden, and they gave me some old reminders, and I thought I would share those with you. It's really interesting, you know, as people, how we move through our life and things change. You know, I grew up in the South, and I grew up Southern Baptist, and I was taught Bible principles, you know, the King James Version, of course. And then as I got older, I started learning many other philosophies and theologies. And as this was happening to me, you know, when I was in church as a small child, I would have visions, and I would see things and know things. Well, that wasn't very well accepted in the Baptist church by most people. I was, you know, accused of lying and every kind of imagination that you could, you know, that I was just making things up, or I just wanted attention, you know, different types of things. But I always knew that what I was experiencing was real, and I always stood by that. As I got older, my guides got stronger, I guess is the best way to put it. My visions became more clear, and sometimes they were harsh. You know, I would be shown things, and it would be very difficult for me to understand, you know, the violence or the context behind whatever I was being shown. So I asked that it be changed. And I want to share that because I was reminded of that today, that even though we're gifted and we're blessed with all these amazing, you know, gifts, that we do have a right to ask for them to be presented to us in a way that's comfortable for us as an individual. So for me, instead of seeing, you know, when I was helping the police look for missing children or what have you, instead of seeing, you know, the horrible details that might have occurred, I was shown symbols. So I've been given symbols now for quite some years. I also was reminded today that about 20 years ago, I was shown that we were moving into a time. Okay, I've been in Tennessee 17 years. About 3 years before I came here from Florida, I was shown to go high, make ready, lines of people are coming. I was also shown various spaceships in the skies, in the night skies. I had dreams about this for years. I also had a visitation twice when I was in Florida, and I was shown that it's so critically important for us to be able to stand in our power and stand in our awareness and to stay out of fear. As I was shown these visions, I was shown political things that would happen in the future. President Trump being indicted was one of them. This has just happened this week. To say I was blown away would be an understatement. You know, when we have visions and they're not, or messages and they're not happy ones, you know, we kind of like to think maybe, you know, this is not going to come to pass. But in my lifetime, pretty much everything I've seen has come to pass, sometimes with a little different spin on it. And I love that because I was also told when I was a child that we have the ability to change the outcome of what we're shown. And as a collective, we definitely have the ability to change the outcome of what's happening in our world. I was shown at that time the water's coming and flooding, and I was shown fires, massive fires in the north. And I do believe that's the fires we've been experiencing. Of course, I know there's been other fires, but this feels like that right timing. I was told it would be about 20 years, 18 to 20 years, and we're right there. We're right in that zone, in that time frame. It's really interesting to me that while I was shown all those things, I was very ill. I've been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, IBS, multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, myopathy syndrome, all these different illnesses. Sometimes tests showed them. Sometimes it was just what doctors thought, and they said it would show up later. My doctor 25 years ago told me he was going to put me in a wheelchair so that I could build up my upper body strength because my lower body was having so many challenges, my balance, was having massive headaches. I was a very sick young woman. I had children. They were homeschooled, and about every morning at 3 a.m. I would get up and be violently ill for hours. And it was something that just was part of our life, my husband's life, my children's life, my mother, my good friends. It was just something we dealt with. Well, it was the greatest gift he ever gave me was to tell me he was going to put me in that wheelchair, because by doing that, he scared me. And I said, hell no, you're not putting me in a wheelchair. I'm going to get better. And I started studying. And in the process of studying, I learned how to properly eat. I learned how for myself and others. I also learned about herbs. I learned about tinctures. I've learned about meditation, yoga, hypnosis, regression, quantum touch, Reiki, animal communication. And as I developed each one of these skills and got each one of these certifications, and almost all of that I'm certified in at least once, sometimes more, I found that I learned on a deeper level how to tune in even deeper, intuitively, medically. So when I have a question from a client or myself, even, I can go into meditation and I can ask, and I'm usually shown the path that we need to what foods, what herbs, what type of natural substances, what type of natural processes that needs to be used, so we don't have to go that invasive route, that surgery and harsh drugs and chemicals. And it's been amazing to me by doing this work how everything that I learned it helps me advance more and more. And my guides seem to really enjoy it, because every time I get a new certification, they bring me more information and more abilities. So saying that, I'd like to encourage each of you that are out there, that are, so many people tell me all the time that they have these gifts and they're scared of them, or they don't know how to work with them. I'm a great person for you to call to work with. I would love to help you develop your gifts further. I also have a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day program, depending on where you're at. I have payment arrangements, whatever it takes to help you get to that place. So, if you're suffering, if you have any of those conditions I mentioned or any other conditions, challenges, let me tell you, there are very sure ways to get yourself back to balance and heal your body. And the way to do it is through natural healing. In the garden today, I was walking around and I'm thinking of, these different things that I've learned, and I'm growing garlic, I'm growing ginseng, I'm growing or picking ginseng, growing garlic, growing ginger, growing celery, growing all the different lettuces, growing cruciferous vegetables, all these different natural things that are so easy to grow, believe it or not. I also teach that. And that's part of my 90-day program. The 30-day, 60-day touches on that, but it's more than 90 in advanced. I mean, we can go a year if that's where you want to go. It's just nice to break it down, so we have a starting point and an ending point as well. It's amazing how easy it is to grow these foods, and you would be astounded at buying a $3 pack of seeds, how you can grow so much healthy food naturally and feed yourself and your family. You can juice with it, you make smoothies with it, you stir fry, whatever, and just changing some subtle things, without having to just destroy, all the good things that you love. Everybody's like, well, I really like meat. So you can eat some meat. You might have to lay off of it for a little while in short windows of time, but you can adjust that to have less meat, less fats, less sugar. We don't have to do this where it's complicated and harsh. We can go step by step. And as I was digging in the dirt today and cutting broccoli and cutting this beautiful celery that I have and digging out garlic, it just was amazing to me to realize that it has been like 25 years of education and deep study and communication. It's been incredible to have this journey, you know. And by doing that, I'm saving a fortune on groceries. I'm not out there in the grocery stores. I know where my food's coming from. I build my own soil. It's absolutely incredible. So I'd love to invite all of you to join me on this path, you know, and let's all get healthier. If you're tired of suffering, holler at me. You know, I just absolutely would love to be there for you. So, you know, just holler at me. Hi, Rose. How are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you for joining me. What can I do for you?
I don't know. I was just hoping you could tell me some stuff.
You have something that you're concerned about with your health?
No, not really.
Have you been looking at other options as far as life changes? Like, are you making changes within your life right now?
Well, a little bit, but it's kind of just the same as it has been.
What kind of changes are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know how to answer that really. I don't really know how to answer that.
Okay. Well, what I'm sensing is that you're kind of, it's funny, like teeter-tottering back and forth. Like you're wanting to move forward, but you're holding yourself back.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. What's holding you back? What are you afraid of, Rose?
It's not that I'm afraid. It's just, I don't know, maybe circumstances.
Are you afraid of the outcome, of the uncertainty of knowing how things are going to turn out?
No, not that. Just more of what would happen. Well, that kind of. I mean, like, I don't really know how to explain it.
Is there something particular that you're looking for? Are you changing positions in your life? Are you changing your job?
Oh no, I don't work. Actually, like currently I'm living with my mother, and I've been wanting to move, but I'm really conflicted about it.
Okay.
I don't want to leave her. I'm sorry.
Right. You feel responsible for her?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, very much.
Okay. Has it always been that way for you, Rose?
I'm sorry?
Has it always been that way for you? Have you always been that person for your mother and others?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Do you feel like it's time for you to have some time for yourself and be able to focus on you for a little while?
Yes, I do feel like that, but I just can't make myself do it. I mean, well, my sister had died. She died about 2 years ago, and my mom's I just can't leave her, like, you know, not live with her, you know, need to be here with her.
Right, I understand that.
Yeah,
is it possible?
Pretty,
Go ahead. I see you making changes, Rose. I see you making changes. It's as if you have found a way that you can do both. Like it's almost as if you can. I don't know if you split the house or if you have a place that's very close to your mother, where you can still have time with her. You can get to her pretty quickly, but yet you have that space of your own that you desperately need.
Yeah, I do need that. but I just don't know how that's going to happen without her coming with me, you know, or following me where I go.
Is it possible for you to split the home that you're living in with her?
Well, that's kind of how we are now, kind of, but I mean, I'm just here at her, you know, at her house 24 hours, and at night, you know, when she's sleeping at night, and then when she gets up in the morning, it's split, kind of, but not. I mean, I just, you know, I don't know. It's pretty hard.
Yeah, I see almost like it's interesting. It looks as if you're being handed almost like a wand, like you have control. You're the one that gets to make the magic if you choose to, but you have to be willing to step into it. And I think that's why I got a sense of almost like fear. It's not like you're scared, but like you're uncertain and you're concerned about making the wrong choice.
Yeah, and if that makes more sense, because I mean, if I leave and she doesn't take care of herself, you know, then I don't know. It's pretty hard.
Right. How old's your mom?
How old is she? I
Yes.
think she's about 65.
Okay.
Around
Yeah.
that.
Right. I see you finding a way, Rose. If this is something that you really want, I see you finding a way to where you can be with your mom, but also have time away from her on your own. And it's imperative that you have that because, you know, for you to be able to take care of yourself, you can be there more for your mom, especially spiritually. You'll be able to help her, you know, so much more if you have that personal time for yourself.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So if you could like set an affirmation, you know, that I am worth it and I deserve this. Can you say that with me? Say, I deserve this. I deserve to take care of myself. I deserve to love myself. My time is now.
I deserve to take care of myself. I deserve to love myself.
Yes. My time is now.
My time is now.
And it's imperative that you reach out to maybe the community. I don't know if y'all have a community center, a church, or whatever. Get your mom involved in some things, you know, whether it's, you know, movie night. It doesn't have to be anything huge. Just something to help her have something of her own. And while she's doing that, you could be doing your own thing, you know?
Yeah.
It's there. It's there.
If I could just get her to do stuff, that's the thing. I can't really get her to do things like that, you know. She was in a real deep depression for a while, but I think she come out of that, but she's still not the same.
Carries a lot of sadness, right?
Yeah.
From loss.
Yeah.
I feel like she's looking for something. Like her place, like you're looking for your place. Your mother's doing the same thing. It's almost as if you're mirroring how she is. You have to set the example for her, Rose. You have to be able to show her that, you know, you can be there for her, but you need to be there for you. So, you know, make a plan, sit down and make a plan and decide, you know, a few things that you can do for yourself. Start with maybe one a week, you know, just to get out, just to get separated into your own space so that you can have your own time and work on yourself. The other thing I see, do you draw or paint?
Oh, no, I don't. My husband used to, but I don't have any artistic
Have you ever?
talent. think so. Not really.
I feel like that's something that you should do. You should be journaling, painting, drawing, writing. I just see my hand, I just keep seeing like this. So it's either you're drawing or you're painting, or maybe you're writing. Maybe you're just writing. And in that case, just go ahead and find something that you can put your creative energy into, because it'll open up everything for you, you know? And with your mom, the same thing, get her to do a puzzle with you, or, sit and, I don't know, color or anything, just something to get her out of that headspace where she's, not feeling so positive, and something that she can channel her energy to. You have this ability. You just haven't really tapped into it. Did you lose somebody with the name like Sally or Sandy?
Sally.
Rose, are you there? There you are.
Yes. No, I didn't, but my husband, Sammy, his uncle Sammy, that's maybe as close as we could get.
Okay. I feel like this is a woman, though. And the names like Sally or Sandy, Sarah, it's an S name, but it feels like Sally to me. Anyway, she's like on the right side of you, and she's standing back, and she's like just kind of watching what you're doing, and she's waiting for you to make a choice. And she's saying the time is now. And I guess that's why I keep pushing, saying, you have this and you can do this. It's really important that you take care of yourself. And I know you feel that in your soul, that it's your time.
Yes, I do that.
So can you think of something that you can do for you?
Right now, my mind just throws a blank.
It'll come to you. Why don't you get a pad of paper and a pencil, or a bunch of pencils or pens, and just start kind of doodling and just kind of free writing. It's automatic writing. You can even close your eyes and just let the words come and just write whatever it is. And I think this the Sally person is going to come through to you. Did your mom have a sister named Sally when she was younger, or an aunt?
No,
It's
I
on your
have
mom's
an aunt
side.
named Sarah on my mom's side. Not that I can remember, not a Sally or my grandmother.
Is
her
Sarah
name's
in
Rose.
spirit? Okay.
No, she's here.
Still here? Okay. This person's definitely in spirit. Well, listen, I'm going to have to let you go. Our call's coming to an end, but I'm really glad that you reached out to me, and I hope that I gave you some clarity, a little bit of clarity anyways. And I know if you do as I'm saying and do your automatic writing, that it's going to come to you.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a great night, Rose. You take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, thank you, Rose. That was an interesting call. I hope that you find some clarity and understanding in that, and that you find that connection that you're looking for to help you answer these questions that you're, having, this challenge that you're having. And, everyone, I'm really glad that we had this time together tonight. It was seemed very fast tonight for some reason, seemed a lot quicker. And I just want to put that back out there. If I can help you get out of your pain, get out of your suffering, please reach out to me at Full Circle Wellness, Full Circle Wellness U Facebook group, or Renee Johnson on Facebook, fchypnosis@gmail.com, fullcirclewellnessu.net. However you can. Just reach out to me. I'd love to help you. I'm always here. And, I do readings. You can holler at me for that as well. And y'all have a beautiful, beautiful night. And I will see y'all next Wednesday at 9:30 Central. Stay blessed. Don't forget, keep looking up. The answers are up there. I love y'all. Good night.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm psychic medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you once again live from the city of New York, where, contrary to media reports, people are not getting machine gunned in the streets. In fact, ever since the lockdowns a couple of years ago, this is a far friendlier town. I'm in Midtown, so my area is just in the theater district near Times Square. So we get a lot of people from all over the world visiting us here, and even the locals are friendly. New Yorkers have a reputation for being nasty. Forget about it. You know, I can't even leave the house without getting into 2 or 3 conversations, just like between here and the grocery store, which is around the corner. People just are starved to talk and meet each other, and are they sick of politics? Let me tell you, that's my own unofficial straw poll. Why is it called a straw poll anyway? I'll have to look that up sometime. Speaking of straws, I had my, the summer is 8 days old, and I had my first gin and tonic today, and my second and my third of the summer. And I'm able to do that and sound so clear and level-headed because at my advanced age, I use like about a tablespoon of gin in each gin and tonic. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But I love the crispy, the refreshingness of gin and tonic with lime. Oh, man, that is just wonderful. To me, that's the second best thing you can do with lime. First best is key lime pie. Outstanding. I used to make such a wonderful key lime pie. I brought one to a restaurant a friend of mine owned years ago, and the people each got a slice, and then they put it in the refrigerator, and then unbeknownst to even the owner of the place, the staff sold it. They thought, oh, look, we have key lime pie on the menu. Now, I can't do that because I'm not, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many thousands of regulations there are if you want to go into the food business, which is one of the reasons I didn't. But if you want to get into that, wow, I mean, people talk about, well, we need smaller government. One of the areas, I'm not going to get into the political aspects of it, but you can take years to satisfy the requirements for the labeling of a package when you sell food. So I steer clear of that kind of stuff. I have lots of nice things for sale because I think it's nice to sell nice things, and I unfortunately I had to raise my prices lately because, in case you hadn't noticed, right, things are getting more and more expensive. But I did raise. This is just fair warning for the people who go to mojoacademy.org, mojoacademy.org. You don't have to go to mojoacademy.org. I'm mentioning that over and over again. But yeah, because, I do say, look, this is really not the time to spend money on extraneous things. But there are a couple of books at mojoacademy.org that I think they rise to the level of necessity, especially in the times that we're in now, where, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this country right now scared to death over things they don't understand. They think they understand it. That's the essence of fear, I suppose. But everything is going to move along just fine. This is a time of change, and change scares people. And that's why I think one of the things that I recommend the most is a book called Unmasking Fear. It was written in 1919. I wrote 2 introductions to the updated version of it because I wasn't old enough to write in 1919. But it's a book that is very important, and I love it when people buy it and talk about it because it is about the way certain power structures in the world control people by keeping them afraid, you see. Now, I always say that everything you need to know about politics, you can see in the movie The Music Man, where the guy whips everybody up into a frenzy over a problem that doesn't exist just so that he can sell them a solution, okay? We see this all the time. And people, I'm sorry to have to say this, but fear is addicting. Physically, fear is addicting because there's certain hormones that get released when the adrenaline goes running, and it changes the body, it changes the mind. And unfortunately, there are people who become addicted to fear, and they need a dose of fear, and they're always going to be afraid. And if you try to show them that what they're afraid of isn't really scary, they'll cut your throat. You're taking away something that's most important. There are, for some reason, people who only feel alive when they're scared. This is where we get these like vertical drop roller coasters. A good old-fashioned roller coaster isn't enough for our jaded society. But this book, Unmasking Fear, when it was written, there wasn't even radio. There was no mass media. People didn't understand. Now, you want to understand why mass media has the power to scare you? And you want to understand when they realized it? Go to YouTube, look online for the 1930s. Was it 39, I guess, was it, or 38? See how terrible I am with dates. I can tell you a story about the worst date I ever had, but that's a little later. Listen to the Orson Welles famous, everyone knows about it, but very few people have actually heard it. The Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast. Here's something that's fascinating to maybe 4 people listening. That script was actually edited down and written by the actor Paul Stewart, which very few people, some of you out there have got to be Paul Stewart fans, like I am. You'll know him when you see him. He's wonderful in Kiss Me Deadly. But this was the thing that achieved legendary status when Orson Welles pretended to have Martians invading New Jersey. And people believed it. Now, was there nationwide panic the way the newspapers reported it the next day? No. There are some interesting books about why newspapers misreported it. However, enough people did believe it. Enough people did believe that something could be launched, a spaceship could be launched on Mars and land in New Jersey 8 minutes later, which on its own is ludicrous, that the powers that be at the time learned that whatever people hear from a well-modulated voice over the radio and later television will be believed by a certain percentage of the people. And that's what we have now. You say, how can this person or that person lie? Well, because it works, and that there's just no other way around it. But using fear, the one thing that I spent years in the news business and I spent years in politics. And one thing is the flip side of the other. I know that a lot of you understand that there's a direct politics to media pipeline, and I was on it. How can I phrase this? If you're busy being scared, you're not going to think about what's coming up. You're not going to be rational about things. When you're scared, the blood drains from your brain, literally. It goes to your arms and your legs, so that you can run or fight. It's a fight or flight syndrome. Literally, scaring you makes you dumber. We've all been startled and then found out that it was scared and it was something silly. I got the bejabbers scared out of me one night when I saw myself in a mirror. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but at that point, it was the middle of the night in somebody else's apartment. I was visiting a friend. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old, at least. I was in the area of about 10 years old when there had been a massive power failure. And I didn't know my way around, and I turned a corner in the apartment in the dark, and there was a person coming right at me, and it was me in a mirror, but I didn't know that because I was scared, you see. So I didn't even recognize myself. See? What is the expression people use? I want you to repeat this to yourself because this is behind all the attempts to scare you in media. Scared out of your wits. Okay? What are your wits? Your wits are your intelligent faculties. Scared out of your wits. That's the holy grail of broadcasting. And this book, Unmasking Fear, was written before broadcasting, which is up at the time it was written, broadcasting was a farming term. It had to do with scattering seeds. That was broadcasting your seed. Just throw it across the field. So they picked up that as a metaphor for running things on mass media, which prior to radio never existed. I mean, nobody was hunched over the Morse code machine. I think the correct word is telegraph, Elliot, and waiting for like fight results. So anyway, this is by way of my mentioning mojoacademy.org and why I like to sell ethical products. I don't sell anything that's unethical. I don't sell like a magical kit that will cure this or that problem. I do sell magical kits that can help you deal with these problems. I don't sell them very often because most of the time I dissuade people from buying them. Brilliant sales technique, right? To talk people out of the sale. But if a person doesn't need it, I don't want to sell it to them. I explain that in my book. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Gee, isn't that funny how everything I bring up now is related to a product I'm pushing? And at the same time, do you see, I'm telling you, don't buy anything from me. And I mean it sincerely. Because I sell some of the pendants that I have, which have magical symbols on them, and I can. And anybody buys those and you don't know how to use it, just contact me and I'll let you know. But like I said, we're in very dangerous times right now because people are scared, and if you're under 40, which I'm trusting some of you are, you never experienced inflation like this, never. And all I'll tell you, without, this is nothing magical. This is no serious revelation. The only way you can fix and stop inflation is with recession. And recession, if it gets out of control, becomes a depression. Now, we have not heard that word depression since 1932, when the Great Depression happened. I remember a radio personality asking, what was so great about the Depression? I didn't think it was very good. Why do they call it the great? No, great means huge. This is what, in fact, originally was meant when people referred to the United States as this great land of ours. They meant that it goes from coast to coast, that it's huge, it's colossal. And of course, these things change, because to me, my favorite word that shifted is incredible. People think incredible means wonderful. Incredible means lacking in credibility and can't be believed. Now, a few years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, there was a guy advertising a product on the radio here, which was garbage. It was a fake product. It was a pseudo-medical thing. It was garbage. It was baloney. I'm using the most polite words I can in mixed company. But he didn't get into trouble. When they tried to shut him down, he said, I told people it was not real, because his ad began with the words, everything I'm about to tell you now is completely incredible. Now, what he was saying was, don't believe me. But everybody heard it as, being, wow, that's incredible. That is not what incredible means. So, boy, am I going on a tangent here. My favorite fruit is a tangent. The thing is that we have fear now, and the money supply is shrinking in value. You can't do that accidentally, I might add. For some reason I can't even fathom, people wanted to do this, and they did it. Now, they won't use the word depression. That's what got me on Words Changing, because of the images that conjures up of people selling apples, and the mythology that the stock market crashed in October of 1929 and the next day the Depression started. No, the Depression started a little bit later. There, a couple of years after that, but it was still bad after the stock market crashed. But we have two bad choices now. We can leave things the way they are, and bit by bit your savings and your money will go away. Your house will be worth more, but nobody will be able to buy it. or they can engineer a recession, and it will be really bad for about 2 years with high unemployment. But after that, we'll be fine. And people don't want to do that. People really resent the idea of having to suffer to get something. And I understand that. And they should question. They should ask questions like, why was this done? So I'm going to be getting tarot readings tonight. You watch, that have a lot of new beginnings in them. Aces, the Wheel of Fortune. I pull a card before each show to give me a sense of what's going on in the environment. And the card I got was the Wheel of Fortune, which is we're in changing times. I certainly hope, because we can't maintain what's going on now. We can't keep this up because people are suffering, and there's no need for it. The problem is that for the first couple of years, the cure is worse than the disease. The people of Japan took care of this many years ago when they had rampant inflation, and the government told them what they were going to do. Said they didn't lie to them. They didn't say everything is fine. Everybody knew it wasn't. And they said, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a recession. People are going to be struggling. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but you're going to be fine in a couple of years. So they asked people to help each other and work together, right? Help your neighbors, work together, and we'll all get through this. And they did. And Japan emerged as one of the strongest economies on the planet. Well, you can't do that at a time when the political and media people are pushing division. We're supposed to hate people who disagree with us. And this is very important. This comes out as the sum and substance of the book, Unmasking Fear, because you're not supposed to disagree with somebody. You're supposed to cancel them. You're supposed to eradicate them. You're supposed to fear them if they disagree with you. Anytime I state an opinion when I get into a political discussion, I do it with the underlying assumption that I could be wrong. Because if I'm willing to assume that you're wrong, then I have to understand that you can assume that I'm wrong. And you may have a point, and that's called learning. But right now, we have a situation when we need it the least, where it's my team is better than your team. And I'm going to vote for my team. But that's changing. People are switching teams. I won't go into that too deeply because that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. But I'm just saying that the problem we're facing now is far from transitory, and it's going to hurt people. And this is the time when you may want to take a look at some of the books that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coextent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See, And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. You know, we punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things like Reverend Elliot Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. You know, this is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history is was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. Psycholaxation. Now, that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you, and that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life. And among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. The Shemp. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot @earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay. Just
Well,
trying.
maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
No, I
what can
don't
I
think
tell
of
you?
it as horrible either. I love New York.
Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York
No.
wasn't like that. You know, so
No,
hey,
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really
Yes.
happy that, you know.
yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know. Yeah.
But they were always there.
Yes, they were. They were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my husband's been gone a few years, and right now financially I'm kind of struggling, but I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it, but it's a lot of problems with the real estate. It's been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, you know, with making a little bit of a profit, but I'm having a very hard time in, you know, trusting the real estate guy, and I just I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you that while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the Nine of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on in around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have family issues. You know, family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh well, hey, you know,
that's kind of normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. You know, so I did. I said right out. You know, so genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good change cups. And that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, you know, to something and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. You know, and there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. It's because, you know, and because there's a lot of money around, and you know there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the Six of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do keep busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, I there's nothing you can do except, you know, understand that it's the way of life. You know, when we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart. And So it's telling me that, wow, this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It is the sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay. Oh,
and see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you have if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. That's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just well, no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a circle. Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. This is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happen that made you sad recently?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Because I've got.
Yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. If you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see this situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think.
You're blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was told she was in an accident, didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never identified the body. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are. Now that doesn't really help, because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And who does he think he is? Arthur Miller? And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy.
I'm also a
Excellent.
medium, and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3